right into it. I'm just going to turn on screen share. So no 10-minute lie today. We're going to get right to it on this. But before all things, we must sanctify ourselves in the truth, as we must always declare the truth as we go live. Let us first strengthen in the holy Lord's Prayer. So bow with me as we pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father in heaven, honored be thy name. May thy kingdom come. May thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us each day our daily bread, and forgive us of our trespasses as forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us on a righteous path and guard us from evil one. In your name we pray. Amen. All right, family. So we're going to get right to it. First, I'm going to play this.
So let's look at this. Just this highlight. Brother Jeremiah, just read this highlight right here, and we're going to talk about it.
EU 19 chromosomes represent descendants of the Khazars, originally a Turkic tribe from Central Asia who settled in southern Russia and eastern Ukraine and converted en masse to Judaism in the 9th century of the present era, as described by Yehuda Halevi in 1140 AD.
So they're saying there is someone that already recorded that the Khazars converted in 1140 AD. This is also confirming that the Y chromosome that is found in the Ashkenazi are also found in the descendants of the Khazars, originally the Turkic tribe from Central Asia. Now, this is a genetic study. This is a genetic study saying that indeed, by the father's line, this is why there are certain ones that would try to tell you, oh, no, it's not through the father's line, it's through the mother's line, for the sake of understanding. They'll try their best to try to twist the doctrine. Then he says, note this line right here. The EU 19 chromosome that are found in elevated frequencies. You know what it's saying there? We're going to look at the next part. Remember, EU 19 chromosome, which is found in them, for the sake of understanding. Let's look at what that EU 19 chromosome is linked to. Remember, this is
All right, so this is going to be a continuation off of this study that we did. There's 2 other videos that we did on this. But what we're going to do now is we're going to get right into the deep details on the Y chromosome. And I'm going to show you who exactly these people are to the T. Now, we already verified doing a couple of different research with some other things. We actually found out they was the Philistines. Now, how do we know that? Because they say it themselves. In fact, here's what it says. This is a finding that they found. This is actually showing you how they looked and everything. They actually thought at first they found Canaanites, but they actually realized these were the Philistines. It's important to understand the difference between the Canaanites and the Philistines. This is actually going to be very important to understand. The Canaanites are of the line of Ham. The Philistines are important to understand. They are of the line of Japheth. They're going to be a different people. They're going to be more related to the Greeks and everything. In fact, let's go down and look at something here. Let's go down a little bit and let's see something. I'm going to show you a very interesting genetic study. Everything here is cited. All these things are actually cited sources from credible sources. Now, I want to show you the Philistines' Y chromosome, R1b M269. This is actually, now this Y chromosome is actually known in the European population. It's actually one of the major Y chromosomes. And why is this important? Because the Y chromosome is important to notice. The Y chromosome, this is what I was just showing you earlier. The EU 19 chromosome. Now, if you don't know, they actually put these things and they had different names for them. I'm actually going to show you what I'm gonna go and show you what the EU 19 chromosome is, as there's a couple different Y chromosomes in the line of the Ashkenazi. Now note this, M269. Now, why is this important? Because if you're not keeping up with some things, there's some people in Israel right now who are being deported. They're saying they don't belong to that land. But these ones, they say that they do belong to that land. Well, let's prove it. Let's see if their genetics actually links them to that land. Now, I want to first show you one of these lines, and it's very important for you to know this certain line. I'm gonna go up a little bit. Let's work our way there. So this right here is, if you don't know who the C people are, they're actually who they found out is actually the Philistines. And then they have this Y chromosome, which is M269. Let's go down and see who else has M269 for sake of understanding. Let me actually see if I can zoom out a little bit. All right. Let's make it a little more faster to scroll. All right. Watch what this one says right here. So this is the same place where it talks about that Y chromosome. Watch what it says here. Go up a little bit more. It says the rare R1b M269 Y chromosome lineage of Tel Sherud, I don't know if that's how you pronounce that, offered. Watch what it says here. I'm gonna just go down a little bit. I'm gonna go down a little bit and do that right here. It just talks about how it's rare and everything, and it's actually telling us that, watch what it says here. It says that it actually originated from the Northwest. Now, why is that important? The Northwest of the Middle East. Why is that important? The Northwest of the area. Because I want to show you this real fast. Because we're going to work our way to actually breaking down this real fast. This is actually how the Philistines came in. The Philistines, they know they came from here. It is also part of scripture where it says they came from Captor. They came from up above here, for the sake of understanding. They made their way over here and they landed over here. Then the Philistines landed in the area where you see as Ashdod and Ashkelon, Gaza and Ekron and what have you. These places right here in Gath. So these 5 areas, this is actually where the Philistines settled. They actually found a grave there. They found a grave in Ashkelon. In Ashkelon, they found a grave that was the Philistines. It was a Philistine grave. They also know with the pottery that these are the ones that migrated. These are the same ones because they found what is called, what's the word? I'll just basically explain like this. They made they made the same pottery that they found far up in the Caucasus. They made the same pottery, and for someone to be able to make it, they actually have to be the same people for them to have the techniques to make it a certain way, because pottery in ancient times were very different. A lot of people had different styles on how they made pottery, but these certain ones actually had that pottery. Now, the Ashkenazi DNA actually has 70 to 60% of this line in them. Let's go down a little bit and look at this line a little more. I'm gonna go down a little more, and I wanted you to see something here. Very interesting with these things. Very interesting talk when we look at these things and look at this DNA. It just talks right here, just talks about where they got it from. And then they have a very interesting saying, which we're going to look at real fast. I'm gonna go down and I want to show you something. So remember, we looked at that. I just showed you that EU19 and everything. Talked a little bit about that Y chromosome and everything. I just want to read you this right here. So this is us. I just want to show you this because this is important to know. EU19 actually is going to be M17 or M98 or R1 M512. Now, I'm going to go down a little bit and we're going to look at all these. All right. So we have a couple different Y chromosomes, right? I just told you 2. I just told you about M269, which is right here. This is M269. And then I told you about M198. M198, that's right here. But we're going to look at 90 to 80% of the Y chromosome as the major ones are what we want to look at. We want to look at these major ones because that's how we're going to find out who they are. Because if they are, understand this when I say this, if their Y chromosome points to an individual that is not known to be mixed in with a lot of other people, right? Because we're talking about Abraham, we're talking about a very dedicated Y chromosome, as Israel will constantly be Israel to Israel to Israel. If they're the purest of the pure, if they're Levi, right? If they're actually Levi, you know what that actually means? They're some of the most purest people that you will possibly find, that their lineage should show a pure line. But we actually find something different in their line. We actually find something very, very different. And we actually find, let's go down a little bit. The EU, basically EU19 chromosomes represent descendants of the Khazars, originally a Turkic tribe from Central Asia. Who are the Khazars? Let's look and let's actually go into that very carefully and who they are today. Who are the descendants of these people today for the sake of understanding. But let's keep talking about this. Now you see how I showed you too. Let's keep talking about M269 because this is of the Philistines. This is of the Philistines. Let's keep going and talk about this EU69 line. Let's go down a little bit. Right here is going to talk a little bit about that EU69. I just want to read you a little bit on that going downward, right? Important, 5 of the 16 novel samples were from non-Ashkenazi Levants. Finally, a total of 316 samples, of which 78 are first reported hearing, carrying haplogroups known to be prevalent, go down a little bit, among Ashkenazi Jews, for the sake of understanding. Now, this is some of the lines that they found in them. We're going to look at some of these. We're going to look at, in fact, we're going to look at almost all of them. But the major one we want to look at is RM69, right? It's just saying that this is in them. Let's go down a little bit. Who else has RM69? This is another genetic study. You can also see this is you can see all these sites are sourced. So you can see a little bit on that. Now let's look at what they say about the original European origins. Let's go and look at something. I want to show you something here. Very, very interesting information. It says more than 100 million European men carry a type called, watch what it says here, RM269. So identifying when this genetic group spread out is vital to understanding the peopling of Europe. So let's understand something. This Y chromosome, which is also in the Philistines, is not found in certain other populations, but is found in the Ashkenazi. Now, this is a Y chromosome, not a female line, but a Y chromosome. This is very serious. Why? Because a Y chromosome means that the male is in the same lineage. It's very important to understand the Y chromosome is one of the special chromosomes. It does not, we still have so much evidence of it. It's not going to disappear anytime soon. RM269 is most common in Western Europe, reaching frequencies of 90% or more in Spain, Ireland, and Wales. Let's go down a little bit. Let's go down a little bit and let's talk about this. Here's a little map of showing where that Y chromosome is mainly at. Now, how in the world, let's understand this. This is from the line of Japheth. How in the world do they have a Y chromosome from Japheth, which is mainly known in the European population? Now we gotta ask these questions. Why do we gotta ask these questions? Because we need to be honest. We need to be honest and look at the facts on the truth. That's why I think a lot of these people, when we look at this information, they don't actually want to put the understanding of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. But what you're going to do is see today is you're going to see that Y chromosome. We're focusing on the Y chromosome, on what they don't want you to pay attention to. So you can see where that major area is, just showing you some of that. Now let's talk a little more into it. The most frequent subcodal subcodal, I don't know if I pronounced it right, of haplogroup are in Europe. Basically, the main group in Europe is M269, with frequencies ranging from 49 to 60 to 83. Right? Ancient DNA studies carry out in recent years. So they're actually letting us know that same one. Now, this is important because they know that the Philistines are of European stock. They know this. They came from the area where the Greeks were as well. They came from that area, and the Bible talks about that. He says, didn't he call them from Captor, right? He called them from the north. Now, that's where the Philistines came from. M269. Let's go down. Right? So we can see also where it talks about in Jewish populations, values range between 5 to 11%, with the highest frequencies in Sephardim Jews. Now, it's important to understand, we already broke down who the actual Sephardim is. That's in another video when we had broke that down on the route that they took to the to Spain, pretty much. We talked about that already. Now, let's talk about this. Let's go down a little bit and let's talk about this one right here. I want to show you this one because this gets really interesting. So it talks about that M269. It talks about how it's shown in the Jewish communities. The Ashkenazi samples clustered primarily with European R1b samples, right? Or created recently forming clusters. See what's going on? Keep going. Let's keep going. All right. So this is important to understand. This is important to understand. We're looking at one of the lines, and one of the lines actually let us know that they are indeed not who they say they are. But we're going to look a little more closer on this information because what we're going to do is now we're going to look at, let me go up a little bit. We looked at one, right? I just want to show you that M269 first. We already talked about that they're the Philistines. That's what this whole video was about. Basically going over that. Well, this is not this video, but another video on Lion Farm where we went over that the Ashkenaz is the Philistines. But let's look at something. Let's look at this very carefully. So we're going to break this down. So I just showed you M269. Those are the Philistines. It's also a Y chromosome that is highly present in Europe. Very important with that one. Let's go down and look at another Y chromosome. So this one is going to be of J1. This is going to be M267. Now let's go up. And let's look at that one now because it's important to understand that we had to look at these things as they are. And I'm going to show you who the people are, who their people are. The reason why this is important because this note let us know that, watch what it says here. It says it actually lets us know that they are closer to the original Turkic tribes. And you're going to see that if we look at the original Turkish tribes, we don't have a small resemblance. We have almost exact resemblance. Actually, I had showed earlier that one of the genetic study actually told us that every Y chromosome in the Armenians is also found in the Ashkenaz. See right here? It says, in fact, there is no major Y chromosome haplogroup found among Ashkenaz Jews that are not found among Armenians and vice versa, which would indicate the source populations for these groups, while diverse to begin with, were in geographic proximity. Now, it's important to understand what does he mean geographic proximity? What does he mean in an area? Let me see if this thing actually opens. So I've been trying to sometimes open this Google Map because I like when maps are shown because I think maps make a good example for things of information. I'll see if this open. If it doesn't, that's all right. Sometimes it doesn't open. I don't know why. All right, let's go down. Let me see if this open. There we go. All right, let's take a look here. So where's Armenia? Up here. Armenia is right here. Now, what's important about Armenia is that these people are native. A lot of them are actually native to this area. They're known to always be around this area. And actually, we can actually keep up with their history for a long time in this area. It's actually letting us know that the Ashkenaz, their genetics are actually up here, actually way up here, going up here and over here. But let's keep going. Let's look at this. Go down. So now we're looking at, I'll click this. All right. So now we're going to look at a different lineage here. We're looking at M269 right there. This is what we're going to look at in M172, which is 30%, one of the higher ones in the lineage. We're going to look at who those are now. Let's go down and let's take a look at who those are. So let's look a little bit down here. We just looked at that and this. All right, right here. So here it is, M267. Let's go down a little bit and let's talk about that. So This one, it talks about that area, right? The Caucasus. The Caucasus Mountains is the Caucasus right here. This is where you call the Caucasus Mountains, the Caucasian Mountains. Right here is a natural borderline where you can see here in the area of Georgia, not Georgia as in like the America of Georgia, but this Georgia right here, or right here. All right, so watch what it says. Overall, the most frequent haplogroup group in the Caucasus were, they just talks about these different ones, and one of the ones that's most common in that area is M267. See M267 right there? Now, why is that important? Why is that important? Because it's the most common in that area, in the Caucasus Mountains. Let's go down a little more. All right, watch this. Watch what it says here. Finally, haplogroup group J1 M267 basically lets us know who they are, who the people that have that in them, 40 to 90% in them. And then you look at these names. We're going to look at these names and see who these people are that have this Y chromosome and where came they. Let's go down. See, here's where it's showing you. It's showing this group in a line, right? These people, some of these people are native to this area in a line here. We're going to see who these people are. Let's go and let's take a look at who these people are after this one, after a few things. Let's go up a little bit. Let's read a little bit about them. Right here, it says, go up a little bit more. So this is going to be that area where you can see here, the Caucasus Mountain. This is where it's saying all those genetics came from. Let's talk about it. So figure 2 compares the Y chromosome pool of the Caucasus with its neighboring regions, right? The Balkans, Southeast Europe and whatnot, Northeast, right? Scroll down a little bit. By presenting frequency maps of haplogroup groups, which predominate in any of these regions. Basically letting us know these right here, these groups, especially when we look at some of these M267, that's the one we want to look at. These are actually found in this area. In fact, they actually say that these ones and this one inhabits their highest documented frequencies in the Caucasus, right? In the Caucasian Mountains, the Caucasus. Go down a little bit. Watch what it says here. M267 was found mainly in the Caucasus, right? With the ancestral J1 M267 being common in the Near East, right? Where we talk about Near East for the sake of understanding. Always remember, this is also called the East. All these things over here, they just basically call this area Middle East for the sake of understanding. Just letting us know that they were found in this area, all around this area for the sake of understanding. Let's go a little more, right? M267 being common in Near East. Let's go down a little bit. Also in the Caucasus. We're gonna actually know the migration of these things for the sake of understanding. Let's hear the conclusion of these things when it talks about M267 and whatnot. It actually tells us right here, conclusion, combining genetic and linguistics finding. Linguistic is a study of language. Findings, we now propose a model of the evolution of the Caucasus population, because they know how these people actually came to be. And they're not actually Israelis. We're going to look at that, who they actually are, who these people actually are. The final tree was obtained by merging the genetic clusters with the background linguistic tree. We concluded that the Caucasus gene pool originated from a subset of Near Eastern pool due to an upper, let's go down a little bit, Paleolithic or Neolithic migration, followed by significant genetic draft, right? Probably due to isolation in the extremely mountainous landscape, because this is actually a natural border. It's saying that because of the mountains and all these things, these people were isolated. They were cut off from a lot of people that were down here or all around in different areas. They was basically always around each other. That's why you can see that you see Armenia and things like that. They're going to be very important to take note of. So they were all together. And basically, because of that crazy mountain design, they were basically merging, staying together. And this is great because this allows us to find their genetics and look at their genetics. It talks about this people. I don't know how you say it, Kabachi, the small isolated population of Kabachi, in which haplogroup group, look at this one, M269 became, this is very important. Let's go down. Let's go and look at this. This is actually important. Let's go down a little bit. Let's look at this. Haplogroup group M267 comprised, remember how we seen this, 40 to 90% of these certain groups. Remember Kabachi, you got Avar. We're going to look at these and we're going to see exactly who these groups are in their detail. But was less than 25% in other populations and whatnot. Let's go down and we're going to see who these groups are. Avar, was that Doggins, right? I don't know how you say that. Kai, Tex, and Kabachi, right? Let's keep going. Let's look at this. Let's see who these people are. All right, Kabachi. Who are the Kabachi? Who are the Kabachi people? Who are these people? We'll go down. Let's actually click this. Let's get a little quick summary of who the Kabachi are. These are related to the Ashkenazi, right? These are the same people for the sake of understanding. Related. Let's get a good idea of the Kabachi, right? You can get a little bit of them and everything. Go down a little bit. Just gives a little summary, little areas where they're from, where they're at. You can notice if we click the map, notice where they are. Let me see. Well, they're right over here. The little thing disappeared, but you can see right here, that's the Caucasus Mountain. Actually, that area is actually Russia, for the sake of understanding. Today, this is actually Russia, this little area. But this is the area where they were at. They were down right here. Let's look at this. Let's go down a little bit. So you can see right there. They're right in that area. This is who they say they are. They're isolated people, right? They are part of the Caucasus people, cluster within the Euro-Asian people. It's very important to understand because they have like a mix of kind of like the European and Asian type of look, for the sake of understanding. And then it talks about some other people. We can look at those people too. Right here, see these people right here? They're more the ones. This is the Kabachi, but we're gonna look at these ones. This is a language that a lot of them speak and everything. These ones actually took in the belief of Islam. These ones took in the belief of Islam, but they're the same people, same Y chromosome and everything. You can see right here what they look like, idea, get a little idea of that and everything. Go down a little bit more. You can see who these people are. You can see these ones have 99.9%. You see here? That's why I wanted to show you the Kabachi, because they're the same people. They have the same Y chromosome. That's what's very important to understand. And these are staying in the Caucasus Mountains. Very important to understand that. These are going to be people that are more, people know who they are. They've been keeping up with these people throughout history. They know that these ones stayed in this area, for the sake of understanding. We can look at some other ones. These are the, how you say that, Doggane people. People are a Northeast Caucasian native ethnic group. Native. Now, what does it mean native? That means they always been here. They're native to this area. This is their homeland. This is their area where they belong. This is what is important to understand. Close this. Let's look at this. In fact, we already got some little screenshots. Go down a little bit. You can see here's another people. You can see how they look. They don't look too different, right? If we pull the Ashkenazi and we see how these people look, it's not too far-fetched. Everyone's not too different from each other. You can tell they have the same father. You can tell that they're definitely related, for the sake of understanding. Very important to understand. They play very important roles. Another one, the Avars, they played a very important role in the 6th and 9th century. These ones played a very, very major role in the 6th and 9th century, the Avars. You can take a look at how they look. Here's the Avars. You can see this is also who they are. They're related. Same people. Same people. Very important to understand. You're going to have that European Asian look. You can see here, same Y chromosome and everything. You can get some little information on them and everything to see how they are. Go down a little bit. So remember, this is what the Y chromosome is pointing to, who they're related with. And these are Turks. All right, Avar history. In fact, let's watch this. Avar history is oddly closely related in sequence with Khazar folk. Let's see this. It's important to understand who are the Avars, where they came from. The Huns. You see what's going on here? They moved down. They actually went to these lands. They started to settle all in these areas. They were the people that people knew as the barbarians. They were the people that came in. At first, they didn't know who they were. They weren't weak because they hit Rome so hard, Rome didn't know what to do at first. You can see when they settled in this area right where you see right here, it at first wasn't called the Khazarian Empire, but as the people settled there, they called them Khazars, Turks. You see what's going on there? The Avars. They settled in this area. And then in the area right here, let's go up a little bit. You're going to see a little history on this. Because I think history is important to know, because if you don't know history, history repeats, and also people can pull one on you. So if you have any questions, ask, beloved family. Let's look at these things. Let's see the history of the Avars and who they are.
Today, we're going to cover the history of the Pannonian Avars. Sources used are listed in the description below. I'm Following History, and this video is part of a YouTube collaboration series on the history of the Pannonian Plains.
This is a great channel. Look who he's collaborating with. If you haven't seen, we actually did a review on a lot of these channels. It's a great channel right here that gives a lot of history. This channel too got some interesting charts, useful charts. So they're going to do a collaboration with a lot of teams and bring in a lot of information. So watch what he has here.
In this video, we're going to cover the origins, society, and the rise and fall of the Avar Khaganate. Stay tuned.
So you're going to see how they rose. You're going to see where they came from. And remember, let's go up a little bit. Let's do a reminder. You see this? 59 to 58% of the same Y chromosome, M267. Why do you think people were saying they were Khazars? M267 of the same people. The Ashkenazi have the same Y chromosome. Let's look at that. M267. That's the major Y chromosome in the Ashkenazi DNA. And understand, this information is their information. This is not a mistake. This is what they placed out for us. Let's actually see that. So Jewish facts from Poland. You can see they talk about that Y chromosome and everything has the Y chromosome there. It's been updated. So you can see a little bit on that. Got some information on there. Talks about going into those things. You can see here. I'm not going to play this, but here's a little bit. Just doing some things. They were just basically trying to do studies and stuff on different things to confirm the Y chromosome of their people and whatnot. So that's what this is. This is information, real information going on their Y chromosome. The Y chromosome doesn't change. Now let's see who the Avars are, because remember, their major Y chromosome is M267, right? And we just verified that that's in the how you say Avars or how you pronounce that exactly. Let's go down a little bit. And remember, all these people are related. In the Caucasus Mountains, their origins are known. So let's see the history behind these people. Let's see the history behind it. Let's go here. Let's see it.
The exact origins of the Avars is debated among scholars, but it's likely that the Avars who reached Europe were a mixed people who migrated west after their former realm had been conquered by the Turkic Khaganate. In 558 AD, a nomadic envoy is reported to have entered Constantinople to seek audience with the by now old Emperor Justinian the Great. The envoy hailed from a new nomadic group that had just entered the Carpathian Basin and offered to destroy all of Byzantium's enemies in return for gifts, annual payments, and pastoral lands. The offer was accepted, similarly to offers given by other nomadic groups, as it was in line with Byzantium's strategy to play off different barbarian factions on its northern border against each other, while avoiding that one single faction manages to acquire dominance and thus pose a threat to the empire. Not long after having made the deal with Byzantium, the Avars turned their eyes towards the Carpathian Basin, and by allying themselves with the Lombards, they managed to destroy the kingdom of the Gepids, who currently dominated the area, and settle the land in its place, while the Lombards decided to migrate west and establish themselves in Italy. During the war with the Gepids, Byzantium intervened and took control over an old Roman city in the Carpathian Basin called Sirmium, and also gave refuge to one of the Gepid commanders called Ustibad. The Avars, considering themselves having rights to the Gepid lands by right of conquest, considered the actions of the empire to be an act of war, and since the Lombards had decided to leave the Carpathian Basin, the Avars now found themselves as a dominant faction on the empire's northern border, which ironically was the exact thing that the Byzantines had tried to avoid. Not surprisingly, the relationship between the Avars and Byzantium gradually deteriorated during the second half of the 6th century. In 580 AD,
My bad. You probably didn't hear me. I was just basically summarizing it real fast. They came from this area, and remember, important to know because names change. Byzantine is actually Rome. Byzantine is actually Rome, for the sake of understanding. You got Western and Eastern Rome, right? Very important to understand. This part of Rome fell, so you can see here they got hit hard when they came in. Understand this, when the Ashkenazi came in, when the people came in, the Turks and stuff, they're not weak. They were actually, a lot of people, when they call them barbarians, that's an understatement. They came in hard and hit them very hard to where you look up history, you may see that Rome fell in the 3rd century or 4th century, which is not true. Rome didn't fall in 300 because we know that Constantine moved the capital to Constantinople. So Rome, but they were hit so hard, it almost felt like they fell. That's what it felt like because they were hit so hard by them. But let's proceed.
the Avars launched a siege of Sirmium and captured the city due to the Byzantine armies being preoccupied with fighting the Persians in the east. Sirmium would then serve as the Avars' bridgehead into the Byzantine-controlled Balkans, which now lay open to the Avar forces, and from the end of the 6th century to the early 7th century, the Avars would launch several raids and expeditions into Byzantine territories, while being one of the strongest factions in Eastern Europe, reaching the height of their power in 626, when the Avars, together with the Persians, besieged Constantinople. Like several other groups migrating from the east, the Avars were organized in a Khaganate, which is a federation of tribes that are ruled by a Khagan, who is around.
If you don't know, a Khaganate, the Khan, which will be like Khan, the Khaganate and Khan, this is actually something known that the Khazars were doing because it's a confederacy. They were all together. But let's continue on. It's very interesting when you see these things.
Surrounded by a circle of nobles. These sorts of federations usually almost solely depend on the person of the Khagan, and often tended to fall apart due to desertion and infighting if the Khagan lost too many battles. Something that therefore separated the Avar Khaganate from other nomadic groups was the strength and the cohesion among the Avar elite, which managed to hold despite several military setbacks. something that was unlike earlier nomadic groups like the Goths and the Huns, who repeatedly abandoned their kings to enter Roman service or act on their own. The eminent scholar Walter.Pour points out that while the Avar Khaganate definitely were centered around the person of the Khagan to a high degree, the Khagan's power were most likely limited by tribal traditions and formal as well as informal collective tribal organs among the Avar nobility. Another thing that Pour points out that distinguishes the Avars from other groups during the migration period is that the Avars, while often being at war with the Eastern Roman Empire, never sought to conquer the heartlands of the empire, but instead chose to remain in the empire's periphery, and in fact thrived when Byzantium thrived, due to the empire being a wealthy source of loot and tribute needed to sustain the Avar Khaganate's prestige economy. In order to sustain itself, the Avar society depended on double acquisition. Externally, it needed prestige goods and riches, which usually were acquired through tribute and raiding, while internally it needed food and products to survive. In order to gain a steady supply of provisions, some of the Avar tribesmen decided to become farmers, but the Avars also forcibly resettled many Roman and Slavic farmers to the Carpathian Basin, forbidding them to leave and demanding that they pay regular tribute. As long as the resettled people managed to pay tribute, the Avars usually respected their communities and way of life. However, while this model for ruling the Pannonian Plains seemed to work well for several decades, it would not last, as the Avars would face repeated crises and see the prestige economy that had relied on continuous military success starting to crumble not long after the siege of Constantinople in 626. The siege ended in a failure, and a couple of years later the Avar Slavic subjects rose up in a rebellion, in which the Avars would lose several important battles, and in 635 they were again defeated by the newly upcoming Bulgars. These disasters considerably weakened the Avar Khaganate's dominance in Eastern Europe, and while the Khaganate managed to survive in Pannonia for around another 150 years, it would do so as a minor faction, with its power slowly declining as the decades passed. The final blow to the Avar Khaganate would come in the late 8th century, when Francia, which during this time was led by Charlemagne, whose reign I have covered in another series, conducted several successful wars against the Avars, which finally crushed the Avar Khaganate, with most of the Avars who remained in the Pannonian Basin being culturally assimilated into other cultural identities, such as the Bulgarians and the Hungarians, over the course of the 9th century. Soon after the Avars' disappearance, they quickly fell out of memory in most parts in Europe, since the medieval Hungarian historiographers found them uninteresting as they felt much more attached to the earlier episode of Attila's rule rather than the quarter millennium of Avar rule, which meant that the Avars, despite having established themselves as the rulers of Pannonia for over 250 years and having laid siege to Constantinople no less than 2 times, in the end would be sentenced to more or less historical irrelevancy by later generations. As stated earlier,
it's important to understand what it just basically was explaining. It was saying that a lot of people, they don't find this history interesting. They don't find it important. So that's why there has been a slip from the eye of who they are, because these people still exist. Let's see what the Avars look like. See what they look like right here. Get an idea of them and everything and whatnot. Let me refresh this because I just put something here. I'll just basically show you a quick summary of who these people are, because understand this. If you don't know who these people are, if you don't know what the Y chromosome is, you won't know what's been going on in plain sight. You won't know what's been going on in plain sight for the sake of understanding. Because a lot of people, when it comes to history, they don't want to know history. But that's why we're going to do it in summary. There's a lot of people that's doing things on history that are making it very exciting for some people. But here, let's see a little summary of what we just saw there. Here's a little summary of some of those things right here. The barbarians, watch how they come in. I'm just going to turn it down. We don't need that sound. So you can see right here. Remember, they said they're from the Caucasus right here. See what's going on there? We just seen that on the map. We just looked at that. Let's look at that on the map. You can see them grow a little bit. They went out and they grew, right? Because they were just right there at first, right there. They were here, the Caucasus on the mountains. They're still there. They're still here because we found the same people with the same genetics, the same people who end up fighting against Rome. So you can see here. So they were just natural to that area. You can see, and they grew up. They kept growing. Got in contact with the Gog Turks. We already talked about that recently. Maybe we'll go a little more into the history of those things, breaking those things down. Who are the Gog Turks? Here are the Gog Turks. They came in, very important to understand. They end up breaking into what is known as the Khazarian Empire. Very important to understand, from the Gog Turks. But we can keep going all the way back, all the way to the Philistines. But you can see here they came in. We can see that these are the same people, same Y chromosome, right? Father's line, important. Didn't just take the females, it's actually the Y chromosome, the father's line. So you can see how much they grew, how much area they had, how much they spread on. And this is just one line. This is just one line on where they grew. So you can see, and notice if you look up Ashkenazi location, where they from, you never see them down in Africa. You never see them anywhere else but in the European continent. Why? Why is it that you only find, when you find the European, not the European, the Ashkenazi DNA, they're always in the European continent. A rare time you'll find them down here, but that's why you got to know who the Philistines are. The Philistines are people that came from over here and they came down. They came from over here, they came down, the Philistine. We already talked about that Y chromosome. This is a different Y chromosome. So you can see here, they had all this area. They was all over these areas. So you can see what's going on there. They started to decline around this time, around 600s AD, right? Later on, it's important to understand around 740 AD, 740, that's when you're going to see the conversion of the Khazars, right? Very important history to know with that. Very, very important history. I believe that if this is not in the description, I'll put it in the description after this video for the sake of understanding, because all these things are important. Let me just show you some very interesting, very, very interesting history. You can just see how they end there. They end right about here. But let's see some very interesting history here. Let's go down. Let's read this. It's a quote. This was written in 1933. Let's see what it says here. It's written, obviously, they're taking historical documents and they're actually quoting something here. Watch what it says here. Many of the Khazars and their kin, remember I told you about that kin, about how these ones actually had a group of people that was a certain leader, their kin, they call them the kin for the sake of understanding. Many of the Khazars and their kin, right, were converted by Jewish missionaries, and they formally accepted Judaism in 740 AD. It is doubtful whether there is a single drop of old Palestinian Semitic speaking Hebrew blood, because the life is in the blood, among these East, you heard what it said there? East European Jews. What did it just tell us there? They don't believe that. And this is before the genetic studies. This was in 1933. This is before the genetic studies. And now the genetic studies are also verifying these things for the sake of understanding. And we're going to go a little deeper into it because we know that they speak Yiddish. We know what they're talking about. They're also the ones that are going to be up the strand of Germans, the German Jews. We're going to look at some of these things very carefully to look at these things. Let's go and close this. So it's important to understand this. Let's go down a little bit. We just seen who they are, what they look like and everything. Let's look here. Very important to understand how their history is and how closely that is. That's why I wanted to show you that with their history. Here's a little bit on those maps. Just talking about how they came in and everything. Remember how I told you that, how the Huns were pushing them out and they settled in this land. And then when they settled in this land, they also, where you can see the Khazars came in, they're the same people. All these are the same people. Different Y chromosomes, but they're the same people for the sake of understanding. And we're going to look at that. And then we're going to show how they're the same people and everything. Right here, we see that cognate. Remember it said the Khazars in their kin? Remember I said that the Khazars and their kin, because they were doing the same thing, same people, just different confederacies, different groups, different confederacies. Nothing different, nothing too different between these ones for the sake of understanding. But let's go back here. You can see they came in and they settled in these areas. That's what happened here. They actually settled in these areas, and that's where we get the Khazars. You get the Khazars and all types of things like that. They're related. But let's look a little further, because we just touched on the tip of the iceberg here. Let's go down. Let me close this. All right. So now let's see a little history of the Turks. Let's see a little history when it comes to the Turks, because I believe history is very important. I think history is one of those things that's very important. What happened? Let me go back here because I accidentally opened it on a different tab. I don't know if it would misbehave if it's on another tab. Let me just double check. All right. I'm going to open it up again here. All right. Let's see this. So this is the Y chromosome, right? This is what they don't want you to look at. The reason why this is important, because I mentioned this before, they don't want you to look at this because you know what the right of return is? It's through the female line. But the female line is very important to understand. That's already been verified that that is a European line. 100%. We already went over that a few times, but I'll show it just for the sake of the live. Let's look at this real fast. Watch what he does here. Watch what he basically breaks down here. Not this. Let me go down a little bit. I want to show you this summary. Down a little bit. All right, 1225. So I'm going to show you this. This is a summary of this is why we're not looking at the female line, which is that not the Y chromosome, but a different line.
Judaism, after all, maintains.
This is going to be from Dr. John Entine, right? Talk about race identities and the DNA of the chosen people. All right. Watch what he says at 1225. Watch what he says here. This is why we're not going to look at the female line.
Was formed. As for the female DNA, this is interesting. I have a startling statement to make, which may be that none of you here who are Ashkenazi Jews may be under the laws of Israel Jewish. That is true by DNA, and this is going to present some fascinating theological problems. The reality of it is that most of female DNA that they've done testing of traces back to European populations. Whether they were pagan or Christian, it's not clear, but they almost certainly were not Semitic. There is a sizable percentage of DNA on the female side that does trace back to the Middle East, but the majority of it traces back to Europe and seems to indicate that the pattern of Jewish communities, Ashkenazi Jewish communities, was traders or middlemen, nobility aides, whatever, either brought up by the aristocracy or who wandered there because there was a sense of opportunity during brief periods of openness, and they took on local wives. Now, if they went through a formal conversion process, and that's your genetic line, you are Jewish under Israeli law. If they didn't, if they just took a local woman as their wife, and that local woman was pagan or Christian, they didn't go through a formal conversion process. If the rabbis of Israel find out about it, you have a little bit of a problem. All
right. So if that was echoing, my bad. I meant to do pause on the mic. But you can see here, I'll pause it real fast. You can hear that last summary of what he's going to say.
The reality of it is that most of us today who are Ashkenazi are probably the descendant of a Semitic Jewish male and either a convert or a Christian or pagan who didn't convert, but quickly was assimilated into the small but soon growing Jewish community, raised their children as Jews, but if you ultimately trace it back, they're not so Jewish.
So that's why. So that's why we're not going to look at the female line, because we already know that that is actually going to be a European line. We already seen that when we looked at the bottleneck and a couple different things. We know 100% is already verified, as we can see with the old genetic studies. As it says, 4 founding mothers who lived in Europe 1,000 years ago were the ancestors of 2/5 of all Ashkenazi Jews and European. origin for the sake of understanding. We can go real deep into that and find a lot when we go deep into that. Very important. But let's keep going on here for the sake of understanding. I'm going to close this. Now, let's go down. So far, we looked at 2 lines so far. And we see that one is to, it's in the Middle East. It is the Philistines. And then one is to the line that actually is going to point to the Khazars, to a line of the Khazars. Very important to understand with that. These people right here, the Turks, going to be very important. Let's see a little history that I think is highly important for these things. Now, this video is one to refer back to for direct genetic and historic information on who the Ashkenazi are. Very important to understand. This is why it's important, because I don't think it's fair that they're actually pushing out a people because they say they don't belong to the land. But I beg to differ that they don't belong to the land. The Ashkenazis do not belong to that land based on their own information, on their own genetics, for the sake of understanding. Very important to understand with these things. But let me go down and let's see a little history on the Turks. Let's get a little history on this thing.
The emergence of the Turks is still a question.
I'm not going to play this whole thing for the sake of understanding. I'm just going to play a piece just to get a little understanding on some history for the sake of understanding. But this note will be in the description. Definitely worth seeing this whole little video. But watch what it gives a little summary here.
That plagues linguists. We don't have nearly the information that we would like to have on, say, the development of Indo-European languages. What can be said about the Turks is that they emerged apparently in the Orkhon Valley. That would today be in the center of Mongolia.
So he's basically just letting us know that this is where the Turks came from. They basically say they came from somewhere over here. Like they talk about they came from somewhere over here, or maybe over here. See, Mongolia and everything. They say they basically came from here, but they were being pushed out by who you see now is China and everything. These didn't want to merge with them. That's why you see China has a very distinct look to them. They pushed the European mix group out of these areas, and they pushed them out all the way over here this way. That's why you start to see them settle in these areas over here, because these was a very warlike people. They were not going for mixing with them, and they pushed them all the way out to where they got all the way over here, even in Germany, all the way over here. And we're going to look at that about the German Jews. And by the end of this, you're going to find out 100% where they actually ended up at. And that, for example, here's a quick example. Hitler is also of the same Y chromosome as them. Very interesting. We're going to get to that, and we're going to look at these things because you're going to see some very interesting statements about who the Germans actually are. And it's known that they were Ashkenazi in history. But let's keep going.
And one of the ironic aspects about...
Let me just, I don't want it to echo too much. Let me pause it.
Turkish expansion is that the Turks essentially lost their homeland. They have relocated themselves to new homelands on the Central Asian steppes, in the Tarim Basin, also on the Western steppes, and they have spread their language across the Near East in what today would be Turkmenistan, parts of Iran. Those would be the Azerbaijanis who speak a Turkish language, and above all, Turkey. The concept of Turkey doesn't really emerge until the 14th century AD, and ironically, the majority of Turkish speakers are essentially in Turkey, Iran, and Turkmenistan, regions very, very far from the Turkish homeland of, say, the 5th century AD, which is now the homeland of Mongolian speakers. The Turkish languages, which are closely related and show far less divergence than Indo-European languages, and there's several reasons for that. One is they diverge from the parent Proto-Turkish language relatively late. Some linguists would say in the 1st century BC, others would say in the 3rd century AD. The languages are still very close. They break into essentially a Western and Eastern branch, and then a northern Lear branch, which is almost extinct. There are only a few peoples who speak versions of that Turkish in Russia today. But today, a modern Turkish speaker in the Republic of Turkey, in say Ankara, would look at the Turkish of Azerbaijanis, of people of Turkmenistan, and say, well, it's Turkish, but not quite right. And then when they got farther east to where today you have the Uyghurs in Eastern Turkestan, they show very similar tendencies and traits in grammar. It's a function of time. That is, they diverge from each other much later than the Indo-European languages diverge from their mother, but it's also the nature of nomads who put together the first significant confederacy.
So you can see it's going to be talking a little bit about what we just talked about, the Avars, right? We just took the quick look at who these people are. Remember, we seen them when they settled in, they came down. Let's go up a little bit. Right here, right? These ones, we just seen them, Avars, right? We just seen how they came here and they settled in this area. You can see where they came from right here because the evidence and everything. Let's keep going and see these things. So we seen this.
Of Turks on the steppes. They would be centered again on those eastern steppes, particularly on the Mongolian grasslands. Now, there are several features or several advantages that the Turks had acquired by the opening of the early Middle Ages. One of these is superior saddles, and with superior saddles, stirrups. We believe as early as 300 AD, nomadic peoples had devised what is often called the leather loop stirrup. It's essentially a toe hold attached to a rather high back saddle that would give you more support in riding. It would assist the archer in steering his horse and using both hands for his weapon. Well, these leather straps gave way to metal stirrups. And metal stirrups are attested certainly from the 4th and 5th. And they got their claim to fame because they were excellent metal workers. They could produce fine armor, based on these armies. And they were able to negotiate terms with the dynasties then ruling in China. And we will return to these dynasties in China in the upcoming lecture. And these included particularly by the Chinese emperor. The Tang Emperor, the Second Tang Emperor Taizong, could style himself not only as the emperor, Khanate collapsed. It was overthrown again by subjects. That is a subject tribe of the Confederation who were also Turks between 742 and 744. A new group of Turks known as Uyghurs. They are known to people who have been following the news in the relationship between the Uyghurs and the Chinese in Chinese Turkestan or Xinjiang. Today, we used to call it Xinjiang, but they're not there yet. They're actually on the Mongolian steppes. The Uyghurs construct the third Khanate. In some ways, they represent a new improved Khanate over the previous two.
All right, so this is very great because notice who's rising up here. Caliphate. Who is this? This is going to be Islam. It's important to know the people, the modern day Islamics, they are actually going to be a lot of those Turkish people. That's why in Turkey, one of those famous areas called Turkey, that's actually an area where you get most of the Turkish people. Very important with that. Not most of them, in fact, because we get a lot of them here too, but you get a major group in here that's going to be of that Ottoman descendants of the Ottoman Empire, for the sake of understanding. They merged with the Turks and they end up settling in this area. In fact, the original Arabs, the original Ishmaelites were actually darker skinned, but the Turks end up taking in the religion. There was way more of them. They outnumbered them. As you know, this area is extremely tiny. This area over here is all these areas. A lot of these areas are very, very tiny. Not a lot of areas. This is like a big giant desert in the midst of them. And this area is very tiny. It's actually smaller than any state in America. This is actually one of the smallest areas. Don't be fooled by its size. It may look like it's large, but it's actually very, very tiny area. So the people that when these ones, especially like when Muhammad did what he did and he started to grow the Ottoman Empire, they started to expand. And then they started to merge with some of the Persians and the Turkish people, and they end up becoming almost like a one type of group in a way. That's why you see Iran, Iraq, and all these Afghanistan. These were Turks. These are actually Turkish areas. These were Turkish areas, and these actually became the major people who you see today that people call Arab, for the sake of understanding. But let's continue on understanding this when we go deeper and deeper into these things. So these ones have merged together and everything, and then it just talks about, just some ending things right here. I'll just summarize it, and basically were destroyed. Their nations and everything were pretty much basically scattered. They were basically scattered. That doesn't mean that people were wiped out, but they were destroyed. Very interesting history on that. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, like 20 minutes, but it's very interesting to see history of the Turks on this note. Now let's look at some other people. Let's go here. Here's a northeast of the Caucasus Mountains. Here's another people. Now this one, I don't know, you said Lazigans. These people here, you can see an idea what they look like right here. All right. Let's actually go here. This is the last one I'm gonna show you of this certain family line. I'm gonna show you this one. Now this is gonna show you what I just showed you was a bunch of different tribes. These all have the same Y chromosome, and they're all in the same area. And they're the same people. They end up going to this certain area. They took the Caucasus, and they took own of that area. They was pushing Rome back. That's how strong they were. This group right here, these are the ones I showed you, right? This is the Y chromosome, that M267, which is major in the Ashkenazi line, which is one of the major lines of the Ashkenazi line. How is it that they got this Y chromosome when they were all the way in the West? How is it that they have the same Y chromosome from these people that they know today actually came from these areas, and some of them from these areas? How is it that they had that same Y chromosome? Y chromosome, the male's line. Very important to understand the Y chromosome. Let's proceed. Let's see this, because this gets into detail on all those lines. Just turn this down some because we don't really need that. So you can see, just talk about some of you can see Armenia. Very important to understand that. Remember, I showed you Armenia is 100% identical to the Ashkenazi. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it at all. It's important to understand that this is already confirmed genetically. It's already confirmed genetically that they have the same Y chromosome. Go down to that one where that's said here. Go down somewhere to that. I just showed you that a little earlier. Go right here. Also, I had showed in another live how they write that the Armenians are the Ashkenazi. In the Jewish library, they write that the Ashkenazi are the Armenians, which is really interesting for them to put something like that in that sense. Let me actually see where that is. Oh, I think it's down here. I may have passed it for the sake of understanding. I just want to show you that right here. Remember, I showed you this really interesting study right here. In fact, there is no major Y chromosome haplogroup found among Ashkenazi Jews that are not found among Armenians, and vice versa, which indicates the source population of these populations, while diverse to begin with, were in geographic proximity. 1 second, let me. Okay, so take note real fast. 260 BC, Armenia. Remember Armenia? They knew who they were. Notice where they always were. Did they come down here? Did they go up there? They were always right here. So notice this is the Caucasus Mountains. You can see them split a little bit. Had a lot going on there. Very important to understand. This little area called Georgia. Also, guess who also reigned over here? Edom. Edom actually came up here and reigned up here. You can look it up. Edom dynasty in Armenia. Widely known in history. You can see working our way up to the times. You can see they're always, these people, they know who they were. The Armenians, why is it that they have the same Y chromosome? And they knew who these ones were. How can they have the same Y chromosome if they always been here? Very important to understand that. The odds of it is slim to none if it was the actual Judeans. Very important to understand. Very isolated. I'm gonna skip a little bit ahead. Right here, you can see Armenia mixed with the Ottomans and everything. Go up a little more, and you can see these are going to be the Turkish people, and you're going to see how diverse they are, yet their Y chromosomes are all connected. Very important to understand. You can see a lot of them settle in this area. Skip a little ahead a little bit. Just talking about these kingdoms and everything and how they got all in this area. And then it just goes up to our time and everything and whatnot. Let's go over here. The reason why I want to show you that is because Armenia was always in that area. They were always here. Notice that we find a lot of that Y chromosome in this area. Armenia, right there. So they're always in this area over here. Let's go. Let's look a little more into this. Let's get a little more deeper into these things for the sake of understanding. So we looked at a few of these people. You can see a lot of them where they came from. You can see the colors and everything. A lot of them where they settled at. They all settled and came down here. Why do you don't find none of them in Africa? Why did you find no Ashkenazi? Didn't a lot of them run into Africa? Isn't it written in the scripture many times that they fled into Africa? The Babylonian exile, the Assyrian exile, all types of exiles, they fled into Africa. And they even happened in the time of Rome. They fled into Africa. Messiah even told them, he said, when you see the abomination of desolation standing where it ought not, flee to the mountains. What mountains were they talking about? The mountains which they passed, like Mount Sinai and everything, Mount Moriah and all those things. They would have went back down to Africa. But they would have went to, as Messiah says, captivity into all nations. So there was no escape for them. But you would have found a lot of their evidence here. But why is not no evidence down there? I wonder why. Why are these people who say they're Jews, the Ashkenazi, and yet their genetics are actually showing a different people? Now let's look at M172. That one's also a famous line. Let's go up and look at that one, right? M172, right? 30%. Let's go down a little bit. We can look at who has M172. Who has M172? Well, let's take a look here. The Ingus, 88.8%. The Ingus. And guess where they're at? The Caucasus Mountains, the same place. The Caucasus Mountains. Let's look at these people for the sake of understanding. Very important to know what's going on here when we look at these Y chromosomes. Very known to see the Ingus are Northeast Caucasus for the sake of understanding. They would be more right here. This is why I showed you that little video, because there's a lot of different groups here. You can see right here, Armenia, right there, Georgia. They're going to be right slab right there in the middle. So that's who they are. We can take a look at who they are. Here they are, the Ingus people. You can see what they look like. It's an idea of them. You can see that hair right there. Don't get them twisted. They're mixed. European, Asian type look, type style. That's what they are. That's why when you see some of the images of Ashkenazi, you'll notice that you'll see a kind of like a mix of European Asian. You can see it here. You can kind of get a fairly good look at them right here. You can see that kind of like Asian look right there on some of them. But these are the Ashkenazi. This is actually in the 1800s. That's a picture from the 1800s for that one right there. Actually, I believe it's 1885. Very interesting image on there, as you can see. You can also see it's just a little information on that. Scientists reveal Jewish history forgotten of Turkish roots. Oh, they found Turkish roots of them. Very interesting. That's what we're actually seeing today. We're seeing the Turkish roots of the Ashkenazi, which many have not seen. And they found the villages too for the confirmation. They found the villages on where they was actually at. Go back. Okay. Now, you can see where these people are, who we just looking at. This certain group here. Go up a little bit. Right, we're just looking at the Ingus, these Ingus people, right? Also in the Caucasus. Very interesting stuff there. Let's see a little history on them. Let's see a little history. Because I think history, genetics go hand in hand. So this one's not that long, 3 minutes.
The North Caucasus region of Russia faces perennial instability, with violence occurring on a regular basis in places like Chechnya and Dagestan. Despite the challenges this area poses to Moscow, it is a long-standing geopolitical imperative for Russia to control the North Caucasus. The North Caucasus consists of the republics of Dagestan, Chechnya, Ingushetia, North Ossetia, Kabardino-Balkaria, Karachay-Cherkessia, and Adygea. Unlike the South Caucasus states of Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, this area remained part of Russia following the collapse of the Soviet Union. Geographically, the North Caucasus is part of the transcontinental Caucasus zone, sandwiched between the Black Sea to the west and the Caspian Sea to the east. The Russian steppe lies to the north, with the highlands of Asia Minor to the south. Internally, the region is dominated by the Greater Caucasus mountain range. The high, rugged terrain creates pockets of ethnic and linguistic groups, with over 40 such groups within Dagestan alone. The Caucasus serves as a key defensive buffer for Russia.
Yah is so amazing, family. I'm telling you, he just made a natural border separating that Y chromosome so it doesn't pollute that gene pool. That's so we can examine these things with history and with genetics in sequence to have a perfect hermetic understanding with linguistic, the study of language, and understand that this is indeed one of those things that the world itself is sitting in a veil, because the Lord actually says when he comes, he's going to remove the veil from the earth. He's going to remove the veil from the earth. Have you heard that scripture before? Where the Lord comes, he's going to remove the veil from the earth. In fact, let's see if I can grab that scripture. I want to show you that scripture. Very interesting saying. Let's see if I can find that. Actually, I'll look for it while this plays. I'm going to show you a very interesting scripture that I think you should hear. But let's continue on with a little bit of this history.
Protecting against Islamic powers like Turkey and Iran to the south. But the region has historically been difficult for Russia to subdue. As the Russian Empire expanded, it began wresting control of the North Caucasus from the Persians and Ottomans in the 18th century. There was fierce resistance to Russian rule, which was seen by locals as another external occupier. In the Soviet period, Joseph Stalin addressed this issue by drawing administrative zones to make consolidation by any ethnic group difficult. Stalin also deported large numbers of people from the North Caucasus to Central Asia and Siberia. Reforms of the Soviet system in the 1980s allowed many of these populations to return to their homelands, but this led to national stirrings similar to those spreading across many of the Soviet republics in this period. However, there was a key difference. Under the Soviet constitution, republics had the right to declare independence, but autonomous regions within republics, such as Chechnya, could not. This led to numerous conflicts in the early post-Soviet era,
particularly in Chechnya. Russia fought 2 wars in Chechnya in the 1990s as it sought to break off and create an independent state. These wars, which began out of nationalist and separatist aspirations, eventually took on a religious element as well. Chechnya, as well as the neighboring republics of Dagestan and Ingushetia, has a majority Muslim population. The wars with the Orthodox Russians led to a growing religiosity and extremism and attracted the participation of local and foreign jihadists, as well as the material and ideological support from outside powers like Saudi Arabia. Russia quelled Chechen secessionists, mainly by exploiting internal divisions within Chechnya between nationalists and Islamists by installing nationalist clans into power. However, this did not eliminate violence within Chechnya nor its neighboring republics. Islamist groups attempted to consolidate and pool their resources with the aim of establishing a caliphate across the North Caucasus. They began using insurgent and terrorist tactics in the region and in Russia proper. While these separatist groups have largely been sidelined in the last decade by a Russian security crackdown on their leaders, the North Caucasus continues to see violence and attacks against Russian or local security forces on a regular basis. Islamist militancy, regional tensions, and clan feuds are not easily addressed in a region difficult to control. The North Caucasus is therefore bound to continue to pose political and security challenges for Russia, just as it has throughout history.
Caucasian. That word comes to us from a rugged land where Europe smacks into Asia, sandwiched between countries that always grab headlines. Russia, Iran, Turkey. But here's a headline for you. This little area is one of the world's great linguistic hot zones, a place where the mountains are full of languages. Welcome to the Caucasus. Georgia is a U.S. state that's about 300 miles tall with a population over 10 million. Most everyone here speaks one language, English. A turn of the globe away, straddling the southeast of Europe, is a country we call Turkey. And east of Turkey, there's another Georgia. Watch what happens when I take Georgia and put it over Georgia. There's a lot more Georgia left. It leaks into Russia and over into Azerbaijan. It even covers part of Armenia and Turkey. All these borders between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, but these are nothing compared to the number of languages here. As the Kurdish saying goes, we have no friends but the mountains. I was begged.
This one just talks about the complexity over there, the different languages, the number of people and everything, on how they was isolated, and they basically had their own thing going on over there. Very interesting with some of those things. But I want to read you the same. It's Isaiah 25 and 27. If you have any questions, family, definitely ask. Watch what it says here. Isaiah 25 and 7. He will destroy in this mountain the face of the covering cast over all the people, and the veil that is spread over all the nations. What veil is spread over all the nations? A lie. The world doesn't know the truth. They actually don't know what's actually going on right in front of their face because of history, because history is forgotten. Very important to understand. But we are going to link the history with the genetics. That's what you're actually seeing here when we're linking the history and genetics. So you can see a little bit on their homeland. So now let's look at another, let's look at a different Y chromosome. GM201. Let's go up. GM201. This is another one. So right here, this is going to be 10%. GM201. So we just looked at this one. We just looked at this one because this is what you call it. This right here is actually going to be the Philistines. This is going to be the Armenians. This is going to be the Armenians. This is M198. Very important to understand. That's that E. That's what I showed in the beginning, EU19. We can actually look at that. Also, when we look at the information, we can see that genetic study when looking at these things very carefully. Let's look at that genetic study here. Let's go down and let's take a look at that. Maybe I'll type it down. Let's type it down. So we was looking at this one, M198. Let me put it down. Easier to find it on the page with that search tool. Let me go up a little bit. All right. Let me actually close that and open it like this. And then I'll show you that. But that's the Y chromosome of the Armenians. Very important with that one. Very, very important. Oh, this one refreshing. Okay. Just checking. All right. Open this up. Just want to double check. That was M198, I believe. Just want to show you that one. M198. Verified. I gotta let this one load in because this is a very large note. I think this is one of the largest notes we have. M198. Okay. Whoops. Just gotta let it load in a little bit. See, it's still opening. There's a very large note. Very, very large. Let's see. All right. Just letting it. Let me see if the bottom's okay. Let's look in it now. Okay. Let's go and find this one. All right. So this is what I was talking about right here. You can see when we're talking about that M17, you can see right here when we're talking about that M17. Go up a little bit. Right here. M17, M198 right here. That's just going to give us a little bit of that. That's that EU. We already talked about that. M17. That's actually going to talk about that. That's in the Armenians and everything. So we looked at that one. We looked at this one, M269. That is the Philistines. Very important. That's the Philistine Y chromosome. We're also going to now look at M201. Right? We looked at this one. We looked at this one. We looked at these two. We're going to save this one for last. Save this one for last. This is a major one too right here. It's going to be a major one too right there. Now we're going to look at this one. So you can look at the percentage. So 30, 50, right? In combination, we're going to get about 90%. We can look at these ones too. We can look at this one, and this one, but we don't need to because it's a smaller line. This is just when you get smaller percentages like that, that's just going to be counted as they basically are not a major Y chromosome group. They're a small Y chromosome group that came in. The major Y chromosome groups we want to look at. We want to look at these ones. So we're getting a good percentage here of those groups. About almost like 80 to 90%, about 85% for sake of understanding. Let's go down. So now we're going to look at GM201, right? We're going to see if they're all related, if they all have the same thing going on. Let's keep going. Let's go down to that, right? We just looked at all these. And this note will be in the description for all these things. Because they expect you not to know this information. A lot of people, they pass up this type of information and they don't know. They will never know. They'll never know exactly what's going on. But this one is going to give you that information for these things. All right. I'm going to go to here. So this is M201 is of Europeans of the Caucasus Mountains, right? Let's go down and let's look at that for the sake of understanding. Here it is, basic summary of it. M201 is most commonly found in Georgia. Georgia, right there. So very interesting. They're always found in the same area in Georgia. It is found at even higher levels among many other regionals and minority populations in the Caucasus, right? We just verified that all those other ones was in the Caucasus. G201 is also widely distributed in low frequencies among Europe and South Asia, Central Asia, and North Africa, for the sake of understanding. Let's go down a little bit. Watch what it says here. It says G201 is generally believed to have originated in West Asia. Okay, West Asia, that's all right, because what we just see earlier, that they came from these areas. So he's saying West Asia is saying this Asia, for sake of understanding, saying they would have originated somewhere around these areas, for sake of understanding, somewhere up here. That's what they're saying. Let's go back. Let's go down. Now, it's important to understand that this is actually going to be basically the same types of people, for the sake of understanding. We can look at some of them. Here's some of the group, and we can look at this location. This is going to be an ancient people that they found. They basically found it in what is called the Trillies, ancient people up there. That's how they know that it came from up there, because now they have genetic tools to find genetics in ancient peoples, ancient peoples. And people that was basically buried a long time ago. They can pull up their genetics out of them. You can see up there in the area, that's where the Caucasus is, for the sake of understanding. See right there, it's gonna be the Caucasus Mountains. It said they found their genetics in a people that is indeed a people that settled over there. Ancient people, skeletons, right? It's basically dating these skeletons to a very old age. It's basically saying that their genetics and Y chromosome is indeed stapled in the Caucasus Mountains, and this is an ancient Y chromosome. Now let's talk about this. Why is this important? Why is it important about this Y chromosome here? Let me actually zoom out a little bit here, because I want to see a little more than just that little short area. All right. Furthermore, you see what's going on here? Furthermore, the majority of all the male skeletons from the European Neolithic period have so far yield Y chromosomes belonging to this haplogroup group. See what's going on here? There's other Y chromosome, and now this is important because this means that this Y chromosome mixed in with them earlier. What about Abraham? Let's understand this. What happened to Israel? What was the real story of Israel? They were here, they moved over here, right? Abraham went over here, and Abraham came down here. And then after Abraham had slept, then Isaac came up here, got his wife, came back over here. And then he had Jacob. Jacob had got his wife, because remember, he went up here, he was staying with Abraham, with his father-in-law, for the sake of understanding. After how you say his name, Lamech, the one who was worshiping idols. And then what happened up here? We had a problem where he had to leave, and then he ended up going all the way down to Egypt. Why did he go all the way down to Egypt? Because there was a famine, right? He had Joseph and his sons and everything. And remember, Joseph was sold into Egypt by the Ishmaelites. And then what happened? They ended up moving to Egypt, right? So they started here. They never went up here. They never came up here. That's never happened. Never came up here. They came down here from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We know what happened with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They came here, and then they came down here. By the time they were down here, there was a lot going on over here. But they were down here, right? Constantly staying around each other, focused around each other. And then they finally made their way up. They finally made their way up during a time when the Philistines came in from Captar and settled here. And then they made their way through the wilderness, came through here, and they were over here, and then they made their way up, going past Edom and the Moabites and the Ammonites and everything, and then taking Canaan from the Philistines and the Canaanites, taking these areas right here, crossing the Jordan. This is the Jordan here. They crossed over the Jordan right here, and they came into these areas, and this is where we get the land of Jerusalem, settled over here, over the Jordan, crossing over the Jordan. This will be the Jordan River right here, just to show that. So you can see here, it's a Jordan River. So they crossed over to Jordan. Remember Jericho, crossing over, going to Jericho. That's when the time of Joshua and everything crossed over there. And then they got this land. Very important to understand, how is it that they have a Y chromosome from a people that was isolated all the way up here? Now, in fact, there is so isolated that this skeleton that they found is, now understand when we talk about these dates and everything, it just means it's some of the earliest people. You can see they have a testing the dates 500 BC. They'll say it is, for sake of understanding. Long time ago, ancient DNA found in this people that was isolated up there where Europe is, for sake of understanding. That's why you see a lot of people that we call Caucasian, because a lot of them, they actually came from those Caucasus Mountains. Does that mean they're all the same? No, that does not mean they're all the same. There's different branches of Japheth. Very important to understand, there's a different branch of Japheth. Now, most of the European stock is going to come from a certain line of Japheth, which is going to be Javan. Think of Rome, Kittim. It's going to be Rome. Javan is going to be the Greeks. There's a different branch, which is Gomer. Think Gog and Magog, right? Ashkenazi, Russians, the what you see right there. You're going to see Togarma and Ashkenazi. These ones became one. Ashkenazi and Togarma, they became one. We're going to see all these things. We also see this in Ezekiel 30 and 38 and 39, right? Tubal, Meshach, and Tubal. You can find a lot of these names there for the sake of understanding. Talk about these things. But let's keep going. Let's take a look here. Very important to understand, this find is serious. Why is this serious? Because you have to consider this Y chromosome. You have to consider this Y chromosome that is found in the Ashkenazi DNA is also found in an ancient person all the way up in this area. Very important to understand. This is very, very serious, because if we actually find someone with this type of genetics in them, that's supposed to be remember this, the Israelites supposed to be a very rare people. They're supposed to have a rare genetic that no one else has. And we can actually, if we look at the real people, we can actually find out that their genetics do have a rare genetic that no one else has. You actually see it as called the Y chromosome of Adam. Very interesting with that one, for the sake of understanding. Go down a little bit. You can see where they found them at right there. I wonder, can I just click this and show you there where this is accurately at in a more detailed way, because that picture helps a little bit. You can see where they found them at. Let's zoom in on this. The dark spots are where it's more common. You can see here, they found them here, and they found them here. What are the odds? Very, very interesting to see something like that, especially going very far back on that thing. You can understand that this is going to be something very, very crucial to understanding who they are in genetics, right? Go up a little bit, because that's one spot I wanted to show you here. Geographic population, modern presence. Let's go to something here. Go down. Modern presence. All right, right here. All right. So now we can see who they are modern in the modern times. We can see those things and everything, and who they are. It just talks about how they're those people in Russia and everything. But I want to show you something. In Turkey, right here, in Turkey, the South Caucasus and Iran, haplogroup G reaches the highest percentage of natural population. The Turks have the highest percentage in them. Think the Armenians is in it too? Yes, Armenians is also in it, because remember we touched on that, 18% from Armenian. So you can see what's going on there. That's why I say all Y chromosomes that's found in Armenians are also found in Ashkenazi. Very important to understand that. They say it themselves. You can't find any Armenian or Turkish person that doesn't have the same Y chromosome as them. Very important to understand. Are they the converted Khazars that people had thought they were? Absolutely. Absolutely, because we verified it with history. We verified it with genetics. And now you're seeing all the details in their Y chromosome all linking to the same people, for sake of understanding. Very important to understand this, that these people were isolated as separate people, for sake of understanding, of a different line of Japheth. Very important to understand. Are these all Shemites? No, absolutely not. It's very important to understand that this is going to be a certain people separate from Israel. It's very important to understand. Now, this is truth. What this is truth. It's very important to understand that this is indeed truth. You can also see among this group, Magyars, G was found at rate of 87%. The Magyars right here. Let's see if I can show you, for example, what they look like. I don't know 100% if they have, they look like, but let's see. Here's the idea. Let's go to a more detailed one. Let's see if I can find a more detailed one on that. But this is basically another people who has that same Y chromosome and everything. I'll go look. I like to search for things while live. I like to have it all set out. So right here, the GM201 is in the Europeans of the Caucasus Mountains. Okay, and you can see right here, it has been identified in ancient, right? Neolithic is very ancient human remains in Europe, dating between 500 to 300 BC, ancient times. That's very important. That's very important. Absolutely, extremely important to see that that Y chromosome also is in the Ashkenazi. These Neolithic Europeans were descendants of Neolithic farmers from Anatolia. Where's Anatolia? Anatolia is right over here. Anatolia was actually over here, for the sake of understanding. It's saying that they're of a descendant of people over here. That's very, very important. Very, very important, because this area is actually called the throne of Satan in the New Testament. Very, very important to understand that. Let's keep going. Let's understand this. Very, very important. All right. Among some of the earliest people in the world to practice agriculture, right? You can see it's found in those people and whatnot. Let's keep going down. Now we're going to get to some extremely deep things. Let's get to some extremely deep things. So I just showed you. Let's go up. Let's see what Y chromosomes we just looked at. Because we're being fair, we're being unbiased, we're looking at these things with historical information and with understanding of these genetic things, right? Go down a little bit. Okay. What did we just look at here so far? Let's understand what we just looked at, because now we're going to get to one of the most controversial Y chromosomes I think that is important to understand. Besides, obviously, these are controversial too. So, Y chromosome from the male, unchanging. Very important to understand. We just looked at this one and this one and this one and this one. We already confirmed that these are Caucasus. These are all Caucasus Mountains. These one too. This one, M269, that's the Philistines. That was the Philistines. Now we're going to look at M35 and M34. Now, this one, also people of the Caucasus Mountains, but there's someone very interesting that also has this Y chromosome that I think you should consider, that we should actually look into and understand this. Let's see a little bit of this. This is that M35, everything. All right. Let's just talk about some people that have the Y chromosome and everything of the M35. Now, don't mind this picture right here. This person just grabbing pictures off the web and stuff. This is proven. They already know when it comes to a lot of these genetics and things like that. There's no coming out of Africa idea. The coming out of Africa idea is actually false. They actually were here because Noah landed on Mount Ararat, which is over here. That's why Japheth came up here, Ham went down here, and Shem went around these areas, for the sake of understanding. Shem settled here, Japheth went over here and settled in these different areas, and Ham went down here, for the sake of understanding. Go up. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Just talks about different individuals, that had it. You can see a lot of different individuals that have that M35. Very interesting. If you understand a little bit of the individuals. For example, there's a Pope Paul V. How is it that Pope Paul V also has the Y chromosome of Ashkenazi? Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Y chromosome there, right? Just talks about a bunch of different people and everything. I'm not gonna go too much into it. Let's go. I want to show you something a little more controversial, because we can go into this. We can talk about it. It's the same people. Someone else went really deep into these things, so I put this here. He goes really deep into it, and also says that they link to the quasars. They link to the quasars with this Y chromosome. Very interesting, deep information on these things, going into these things. Well, that's why we looked at those Turkish people. You can see that the Y chromosome of this group also is the same. They're all linked to that Caucasus Mountains and everything. Let's go back and close this too. All right. Now, this is where it's going to get, after this, we're going to get really deep into some things. This is just talking about the spread and everything. For the sake of understanding, and why is this important and whatnot. All right, let's talk about some spread. Okay, so let's look at this. Let's look at this Y chromosome. This Y chromosome, this specific Y chromosome, very important to understand. This Y chromosome is found in a spread of different types of people. You can see here, this individual. Go down a little bit. Napoleon, Adolf Hitler. Look at that. What are the odds? Now it's very important to understand. This is well known, right? This is actually well known. We can see this is Fox News. Let's see what Fox News says. All right. This is 2019. 2019, published August 6, 2019. Hitler's secret history revealed. Study suggests Nazi leader's grandfather was Jewish.
Those are enemies. This won't take long.
Pause that, whatever that is. So this is serious. This is extremely serious, because what does this actually mean? What does this actually mean when we look at this information? I'm gonna tell you what it means. This means that the Ashkenazi never been in a captivity. This means they do not fulfill scripture. Because remember, it said they had to be going to captivity into, watch what it says here, what Messiah said. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led captive into all nations. All nations. That means all meaning all. They haven't went, the Ashkenazi hasn't went into any nation. They haven't went into captivity in any nation. The only people, and don't let them trick you. I'm going to show you, today, I've been waiting to do this, but I'm going to show you the real reason, the actual reason why the Germans did what they did to those who they call the Ashkenazi. They actually know that they were what you call, they wanted to have a pure race and a pure identity. They didn't want to merge with people. In fact, the few people know this, but Hitler was persecuting everyone who wasn't like him. He actually wanted a pure race. And what people would he want? The Aryan. Remember I told you about the Aryan race? Remember I showed you that earlier? Remember I showed you, if you remember, what was Hitler's goal? What was the actual goal? He wanted to bring the people back to their original state because they converted. That's why, if you've never seen, he actually called them the term, understand this is not a bad word, bastard. Bastard actually means someone who doesn't belong to that father. Yeah, that's what Hitler actually defined the Ashkenazi, because they converted. They were having what they called a Negroids religion. They called it that's what Hitler called it, a Negroids religion. That's what he called Judaism. That's what he called Judaism. Because guess what he is? You don't have to guess. I'll show you. I'll show you first I'll show you a historical quote. Watch this historical quote right here. This one, this is before America became a nation. Antiquities of Nations, right? Let's go down a little bit. You can see this if you want to. Is it got the is a real. Well, I'm not gonna open this up because this is actually connected with an app. But you can see this is a book. Let's read this quote. This is the weird one where it has those S that looks like F's, you know, those S that look like F's. You see right here, this is said. So I'm gonna read this very carefully. This kind of hard to read. Let's go right here. So that it may be said that Asia was the cradle of the human race, which we know Asia is the cradle of the human race because where Moses landed was on Mount Ararat, which was about here for the sake of understanding. They called this Asia at that time. They called this area Asia. You can notice that when Paul says he came up to Asia right here in Israel, they came up here and they said this was Asia. This was actually Asia at that time. Let's go back here. Watch what it says here. That Asia was the cradle of the human race and their origin or in their original country. Watch what it says here. Watch this. It was from thence those swarms came. This is before the genetic study. This is before the information that I just showed you. This was written back in the time saying that the same thing I just showed you. He said that they came from here. He's saying that the Jews today came from here. And in fact, these ones became the Germans. They said these ones became the Germans. Watch what it says here. It's going to tell you that they became the Germans. And remember, this is before America became a country. Watch what it says here. It says, and their original country, it is from thence those swarms came, which filled Germany and other Western and Northern countries. And here you must know the Hebrews, at least the modern Jews, believe that the Germans owe their origin to him who in scripture is called Ashkenaz. You hear what he just said there? It just said the Germans are Ashkenaz, who was the son of Gomer and coincidentally the grandson of Japheth. This was 1706. And hence it is that when they speak of the Teutons or Germans, they call them Ashkenazim in their language. You heard what it just said there? It just said the Germans are Ashkenazi. You know, understand this. When someone says Nazi, you know that that's actually taken from the word Ashkenazi. You understand that? That the word Ashkenazi, actually, if you look at the last words on Ashkenazi, is Nazi. Why do you think that Hitler called himself a Nazi? Let's go down. Let me show you something real fast, because you haven't seen nothing yet. Today we're gonna go super deep on something that you yourself are not gonna be able to find on YouTube, but you're gonna see today. We're gonna talk about that and why did Hitler hate them? Why did he not like the Ashkenazi and what they were doing? What was the reason why? He's the same people, the same type of person. They wasn't fighting against other people. They didn't go into captivity. No one put them in captivity. It was them. It was their selves that did this. So you can see the study was going on. You can see right here, proving that they settled. You can see right there, his Y chromosome, right? Important. Refuted claims. So you can see previous research on Hitler have refuted claims Jewish blood run through his veins. Did you know that they was actually trying to discredit this for a long time? They were trying to say, no, Hitler wasn't Ashkenazi. No, he's not Ashkenazi. It's been disproven. Nope. 2019, it's been proven that he has the same Y chromosome, because you know what people started to do? They started to realize that the life is in the blood and the male line is important. It's important to understand that people are starting to realize that the male's line is so important today that it holds a gold mine of information. So you can see right here, you can see they were trying to say no Jews lived in that area. Obviously, that was false. Seeing the study and looking at this information, they actually know for a fact. They know for a fact, without a doubt, that the Nazi leader, Ashkenazi leader, was Jewish. Was Jewish, for the sake of understanding. You can see here that EM35. And who has EM35 in them? Ashkenazi. That's the biggest line in the Ashkenazi Y chromosome. And now I'm going to show you why they were going at it. I'm actually going to reveal to you the truth I'm going to reveal to you the real truth, why they were going at it. They didn't try to get rid of them because they were certain people they didn't like. They were the same people. They were the same exact people. It wasn't because of that. I'm going to show you the real reason why. So here's that M35. You can see the color on there right here. Now let's get some controversy in for the sake of understanding. Now, here we go. Let's find out why Hitler and the Germans didn't like the Jewish people, because they were not doing the things that a lot of the Ashkenazis that left that Jewish idea were doing. In fact, the Ashkenazis started doing some abominable things for the sake of understanding, things that they were not supposed to do. And let's actually see that. Let's get an idea on that. I'm gonna go to 1:12:30. Now, for the sake of understanding, family, we are giving you direct information. If you want to know this truth, stay close. I'm going to give you this truth right now. You'll never see nothing like this on YouTube. I guarantee you. You're going to see absolute truth on a level you have never seen before. I'm going to show you something, and understand it's going to have blood in it. It's going to have blood. So it's going to be like animal blood and everything and all that. But you're going to see the real reason why they were persecuting those people who are called the Jewish people, the ones who wish to be Jew. So let's see this thing right here. 1:12:35. Heavy information coming your way for the sake of understanding. This right here, I have this in the, I'll put this in the description. I'm not gonna show you this whole thing. You should see this whole thing. It gets extremely heavy. Bye-bye. I have to send my boy upstairs. All right, let's see this. It's gonna get really heavy on this thing. Go. All right. Apologize for that. Just this boy came down real fast. He just woke up. All right, let's go to 1:12:35, and I'm gonna pause this thing.
There is a dark matter still in the world today. It is something that is perhaps older than written languages.
All right, for the sake of understanding, family, let me just all right. Prepare yourself for the most deepest information you've seen in a long time. It's going to be extremely deep, but always PG. Well, PG in a sense, PG-13. Let's continue.
Supposedly, their religion forbids Jews from eating ordinarily butchered meat. So they let the animals bleed to death while conscious. The Jews deceptively describe this cruel method as the most humane way to slaughter. European science has long acknowledged the torturous character of this type of slaughter. In 1892, the people voted to ban it in Switzerland. Jewish law has no love and respect for animals in the Germanic sense. It's even forbidden that the suffering animal be put out of its misery. The National Socialist movement has opposed this cruel torture of defenseless animals since its earliest days. In nearly all provincial elections and in the parliament, we moved to forbid this form of slaughter. But the entire Jew-controlled press called our stand disgraceful.
All right, so beloved family, for the sake of understanding, Journomo 99, one of the mods, please quiet that brother. We don't allow people calling people names or fools or anything like that. You gotta calm down, family. But if you have any questions on who are the African Americans, are they actually Hamites? No, they're not Hamites. We have genetic and biblical information, not just biblical information, but dictionaries that actually tell us that they are the Negro are not the sons of Ham. Very important to understand. We'll touch on that another time. We'll get on that another time for the sake of understanding. We're not going to get onto those things for the sake of understanding, but relax. I want you to see something on here, because if you notice, they actually, this is an old video. They were actually angry with the Ashkenazis because they were abusing the animals. That's why they were angry with them, because their practices, the Jewish practices, which they were not doing right, they were actually abusing the animals. In fact, it was so bad that Hitler actually became vegan. Hitler actually became vegan. It's actually proven that Hitler became vegan. He actually became vegan because of all the things that they were doing. There's an interesting study on Hitler's teeth. I don't know if I put it. I don't know if I put it here. I don't know why I didn't put it here, which is a very interesting study. I'll see if I can grab that for you. I'll show you real fast. Maybe here. Let me actually go. Right here. They was analyzing his teeth and everything. It said new analysts of Hitler's teeth, for the sake of understanding on what this is. Advertisement. I'm gonna move it. But it says right here, new analyst of Hitler's teeth confirms Nazi leader basically was a vegetarian. Vegetarianism, for the sake of understanding. They basically found out that he didn't eat meat. The reason why is because a lot of them were upset with what the Ashkenazi were doing to the animals. They were really upset with what they were doing to the animals. That's why they were upset. That's why they went at it with them. But watch, you're going to see a little more on that. You're going to see a little more on this thing. And we're going to look a little bit on that, how that affects today. Do we have a mod that is available to block? Dude, he's doing too much. And delete his messages. Actually, I wonder, can I do it? Okay. All right. That brother, he obviously is misbehaving. He doesn't know what it means to be in a holy conversation. Every day, for the sake of understanding, we want to make sure he's in a holy conversation. We don't allow cursing, fighting, or debates, any of those things. If he can't behave himself, then he didn't want to have a holy conversation. The brother was out of line with that. So with that, family, I want to show you the real reason why this happens. Let's continue. Let me actually pause it real fast. I'm going to show you the real reason why the Germans were going at it with them. And remember, they're the same people.
Put out of its misery. Earliest day. We moved to forbid this form of slaughter. But the entire Jew-controlled press called our...
You see how they, even at this time, they're saying the press is controlled. See how they're saying the press is actually controlled? For the sake of understanding, they're not even Shemites. They're Europeans. That's right. That's absolutely right. The Ashkenazi, they're actually not Shemites. They're European. They're the same people, the Germans, and they are. I'm going to read you this thing, what happens here.
stand disgraceful.
So basically, he said that what they were doing to the animals was disgraceful. It says the natural society moved to, let me actually see if I can make that arrow go away, or that thing. If not, maybe I got to make it wider. All right, so the natural societal moved to forbid this from form of slaughter. They were trying to stop the Ashkenazi the way they were slaughtering the animals. It says, as it is unworthy of a civilized nation, right? Because they were actors. They were actually actors. And it says the Nazis in their hate filled. This is what one of the papers that the Ashkenazi wrote was saying. Saying the Nazis with their anti-Shemitic. It says don't shrink. It's time honored. It's talking about their religious customs. How can that be a religious custom? Who's allowed to do this religious custom? Can anyone just do that religious custom of animal sacrifice? Absolutely not. The Levi is supposed to be doing that sacrifice. Not just that, but the people who are doing the sacrifice can't do the sacrifice without the temple and without sanctification. That means everything that they're doing is an abomination. The scripture actually talks about this. The scripture actually talks about this being an abomination. Look what it says. Let me see, where is it? Right here. For all, this is Isaiah 66:2. For all those things has my hand made, and all those things has been, says the Lord. But to this man would I look, even him as a poor and contrite spirit, trembling at my word. Watch what it says here. He that kills an ox is as if he slew a man. He that sacrifices a lamb, as if he cut off a dog's neck. He that offers an obligation, as if he offered swine's blood. He that burns incense, as if he blessed the idol. Yes, they have chosen their own ways. Their soul delight in their abominations. I will also choose their delusions, and I will bring fear on them. Because when I called, none did answer. And when I spoke, they did not hear. But they did evil before my eyes and chose in what I delight not. Very important to understand. This is actually the Lord speaking, saying that no one can do any sacrifices in any sense as if someone is a Levite to do those sacrifices and be worthy. Like, is that, what's his name coming back? Yavani, are you what's his name that got blocked? Please don't get blocked. Please, brothers, if you have any questions or anything, statements, let's be respectful and have a respectful conversation like you're talking to someone directly. That's why we go live instead of put out videos, because we want you to ask those questions and we go over those things very thoroughly and carefully, as we do believe in knowledge is still a thing in this time, for the sake of understanding. This is that study I was just talking about where you can see we just went over that, how they confirmed that he was vegan. Now let's see why they were going after those other Ashkenazi that was doing those rituals. Let's continue seeing.
The Jewish press could only get away with writing this because hardly any Germans had ever seen a kosher slaughter. Considering the well-known German love of animals, it would otherwise have been impossible for the Jews to continue their cruel torture of innocent and defenseless animals unpunished. These scenes prove the cruelty of this method of slaughter. They also reveal the character of a race that hides its senseless brutality behind the facade of pious religious customs. The Jewish butchers usually bind the animals so that no movements betray their agonies, but it's customary to sometimes slaughter unbound animals in this way. Right after the Fuhrer took power, a law enacted April 21st, 1933, forbade the Jewish form of slaughter.
So, for the sake of understanding, family, do you see the real reason why they were going at it? Because they wanted to stop the Jewish form of slaughter. And we're going to look at this today and why it was a big deal at that time and why it's still a big deal on how they were treating those animals for the sake of understanding. Very, very, very heavy with those things. But let's proceed.
It decreed that all warm-blooded animals be given anesthetic before slaughter. And just as with ritual slaughter, National Socialist Germany has made a clean sweep of all Jewry. Jewish thinking and Jewish blood will never again pollute the German nation. Under the leadership of Adolf Hitler, Germany has raised the battle flag against the eternal Jew.
Die Welt hat Siedlungsraum genügend. Es muss aber endgültig mit der Meinung gebrochen werden, als sei das jüdische Volk vom lieben Gott eben dazu bestimmt, in einem gewissen Prozentsatz nutznießer am Körper und an der produktiven Arbeit anderer Völker zu sein. Das Judentum wird sich genauso einer soliden, aufbauenden Tätigkeit anpassen müssen, wie es andere Völker auch tun. Oder es wird früher oder später einer Krise von unvorstellbarem Ausmaß erliegen. Wenn es dem internationalen Finanzjudentum in und außerhalb Europas gelingen sollte, die Völker noch einmal in einen Weltkrieg zu stürzen, dann wird das Ergebnis nicht der Sieg des Judentums sein, sondern die Vernichtung der jüdischen Rasse in Europa.
Amen. Shalom, fam. Shalom, shalom. As always, for the sake of understanding, all these things are for the information to understand logically. Understand that we do not believe that Hitler is in the right. Now, he surely persecuted, as we understand. He persecuted people of all different races. As you can see, this is obviously someone of Negroid descent, for the sake of understanding. Few people know about this stuff. 5 million non-Jewish victims. Very important to understand. But the information to why they persecuted the people who were saying they were Jewish, it's important to know why exactly they were actually being persecuted, because there's a lot of propaganda to why they actually persecuted them, to the reason that people want you to believe. They want you to believe a different idea, but rather it was what they were doing. They were doing all types of things and thinking that they were over everyone, for the sake of understanding. And actually, that's why nowadays we have the genetic information to look at these things to know that these are the same people. They're all the same people, for the sake of understanding. He wasn't hating him. He wasn't hating another people. He was trying to perfect the Aryan race. It's very important to understand that he was trying to perfect the people to what they originally were and trying to get them out of their religion ideas, but trying to bring them to their one way, to their way that is just their genetic purity, quote unquote, for the sake of understanding. But as we see, they're the same people. Understand this. They're the same people. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to get rid of them because of their traditions.
Or there are modern methods that completely stun the animal and then give it an instant death. Such methods are not allowed by Jewish laws, which require the animal to be slaughtered in a method barely out of the Stone Ages. In many cases, the animals are hoisted upside down, such as shown in the video of Faces of Death, and their throats are slit without anesthetic. The blood at first gushes out, then slowly drips, until the animal, drained of its blood and all energy, can no longer struggle and collapses in an excruciatingly painful death. The footage on the original Faces of Death video is certainly better if you desire to gain a more thorough understanding of this wanton cruelty towards animals due to primitive religious practices, though it may make the viewer feel somewhat ill. The blood of these animals is then scattered about the flames in a sacrificial manner, according to the Jewish Torah, Leviticus 7. Could this practice continue today?
This abattoir might have folded already if Gilbert hadn't tapped into the market for kosher meat. Over half of the animals that die here do so in accordance with Jewish religious law. It's a controversial way of killing because the animal must be healthy at the point of death, which means no pre-stunning with a bolt.
What I'm doing now with my nail is to check the actual edge itself to ensure that it's very smooth. Mustn't be serrated in any way, because the more serrated the edge is, the more of a tearing motion it does during the slaughter. The actual slaughtering process must be very quick, but it's got to be very smooth, very quick slice. The actual cut itself probably takes a second, if that. I've always been a big animal lover. I've grown up with pets and had dogs at home and etc., etc. So on a personal level, I have always liked animals.
All right, so just for the sake of understanding, beloved family, understand. Let me make sure I summarize this well for you for the sake of understanding. In no sense is it okay for anyone to just kill anyone for any amount of reason unless the Lord provides that reason for the sake of understanding. You'll know if it was him because it won't be no doubt for the sake of understanding. But in the sake of what the Nazis did, what they did, the reason why they did it is important to know. The reason why they did it. And once you start to know that Hitler is also the same person of them, the same genetics, the same everything, you know what you also know? The German people are actually documented in history. Understand this. They're documented in history to be Ashkenazi. It's very important to understand. They were angry with their traditions. That's what they were angry with. They weren't angry necessarily with the people. It was more of what they were doing, their practices, the things that they were doing for the sake of understanding. They still do these things today. They still do the sacrifices and all those things still to the day when they're not supposed to. They're not supposed to be doing those things for the sake of understanding. I'll just show you a very interesting video here. I'll show you two, but I'll show you something that happened recently. You can see this is still going on.
This is Jonathan.Pour. I'd like to talk to you about kashrut and the meat industry. Like most people, I grew up thinking that meat eating was not only normal, but healthy as well. My family grilled hamburgers in the backyard, had turkey on Thanksgiving, and ate hot dogs at ball games. And having been raised in a Jewish household, I believed that kosher meat was distinguished for its humane treatment of animals. The appalling truth is that over the past few decades, the kosher industry has become fully complicit in the worst abuses of factory farming. Virtually all of the animals who become kosher meat are raised in the same cruel conditions as all other farmed animals. But beyond these general problems with all factory farm meat lies the egregious abuse of animals that was documented at the largest kosher slaughterhouse in the world, agri-processors. and was then defended by kosher authorities. At agri-processors, an additional unnecessary procedure was performed on the animals. An assistant to the shochet would rip out the trachea and esophagus of the animal while the animal was still fully conscious. Dr. Temple Grandin, an animal slaughter expert from Colorado State University, was among the first to comment on these abuses. She's widely recognized as the foremost scientific expert in the meat industry. Her response to the video was blunt. She called it, quote, "the most disgusting thing I'd ever seen. I couldn't believe it. Agri-processors is doing everything wrong they can do wrong." These animals had their throats ripped out while they were still fully conscious. Here we see scenes of the suffering cows making repeated attempts to stand up while their organs dangle from their necks. Here we see a cow actually walk away into the corner and struggle for more than 3 minutes before being hoisted while still fully conscious. Former kosher inspector for the USDA, Dr. Lester Friedlander, called these images the most egregious violations of the USDA Humane Methods of Slaughter Act I've ever witnessed. And Rabbi Berial Schwartz of the Central Conference of American Rabbis Task Force on Kashrut put it very succinctly, saying, "If this is kosher, then we have a big problem." Not at all surprisingly, veterinary and animal welfare experts unanimously condemned agri-processors. Very surprisingly, though, both the plant and kosher certification agencies actually defended these cruel practices. The Orthodox Union has said all along, agri-processors treats its animals humanely and meets our standards for kosher slaughter. Is this what you have in mind when you buy kosher meat? Nor are these problems unique to the kosher industry in America. Recent undercover investigations abroad have shown similar abuses. As I said before, for most Americans, it's impossible to find meat that isn't raised and slaughtered in similarly inhumane ways. Certainly what's served in most restaurants and sold in virtually all grocery stores is factory farmed. So what can we do? As I was exposed to information and arguments about animal suffering and human responsibility, I became a vegetarian.
All right, so I gotta address this, Yvain, but brother, you're being really childish. Understand, this is not about animal slaughter. It's about truth. For the sake of understanding, I don't know if you just jumped in, but this is about understanding the Y chromosome of the Ashkenazi. Understand the reason why we're showing the animals and all those things. We'll get into all that stuff. Obviously, there's levels and levels on animal cruelty. It's not good to have animal cruelty. Understand that. Anyone who's doing animal cruelty, no matter their race, understand, is wicked. As even the scripture says, if someone breaks a dog's neck, it's bad. Understand that. It's very, very bad to just do animal cruelty. But understand this in the sense. The reason why we're talking about this is that you have to understand where the Y chromosome is linked. Now, if you want to understand truth, we can have you on truth, but I'm going to put you on timeout because you're trolling and you're doing way too much stuff to do. And you have so many accounts. And if I see you on here again, I'm going to keep on blocking you because you don't have any sense of what's the word I'm looking for? You don't have a sense to speak a holy conversation. You have a sense to provoke. And you know that that's actually one of the 7 deadly ways of a man? Understand that. You don't sow discord among brethren. You must get yourself right for the sake of understanding. I advise you to go pray and seek things. But for the sake of understanding, we're on controversy today. I expect that brothers or sisters or people who don't want to hear the truth are going to say, don't speak the truth because we don't want to hear the truth. We want to hear the smooth lies. But rather today, you're getting that truth. Let's continue on and understand that they still do this thing. Right. I'm going to show you one more video on the slaughter for the sake of understanding, as this information is important. Here's what they did just last year. And the reason why this is important, because if you pay attention, if you pay really close attention, this is still leading to what's going to happen, right? There's going to be another temple that's going to be there. And what's going to happen? The beast is going to come there and say that he's God. It's going to come there and say that he's God, right? Very important. I want to show you this one. I'm going to pause it real fast. This one's a really interesting one. If you've never seen this, this is when they were working their way to doing the sacrifices themselves. They were starting to do sacrifices. You notice, and that little bucket is a lamb. So you can see they're getting ready. They're quote unquote 70 nations and everything, right? Just keep going. And what do they do to get it all ready? You see they got a lamb here. They got a lamb. And are they supposed to be doing this? Are they supposed to be doing any sacrifices, especially on any lamb? No, you're not supposed to be doing any sacrifices because Messiah is our sacrifice. He is the final sacrifice. But notice what they're doing here. They're still continuing on with the pagan ideas, as now this is a pagan idea. Do you know that this is a pagan idea? You know why this is pagan? Because you can't do it. Anything that you're not supposed to do is pagan. Anything that the scripture, when it says not to do, it becomes pagan. It becomes something that is not supposed to be done. It's not supposed to be done at all. This is not something that Israel is called to do in these times. It's important to understand that. It's very important to understand that they can't do it. They cannot do those things for the sake of understanding. And not just anyone can do them. Not just anyone can do those things. So this is just another example where they're basically taking that animal and doing as they please, right? So you can see here, has the animal. And then at the end of it all, they slaughter it. They slaughter the lamb for the sake of understanding. And then they use it as a way to commemorate their moment of time. This is their moment. This is their moment of time for the sake of understanding. And they put it on the rocks as a burnt offering. Obviously, for the sake of understanding, the way that they're even burning it is quite, you can just imagine what it would smell like, the way that they're burning. They're not burning it right because they put the fire underneath it so that it will take it whole. But they try to light the fur and all types of things. It's all types of crazy stuff that they're doing here. And you can just tell they don't know what they're doing. They have no idea what they're actually doing. So you can just imagine what that'd be like. So he's struggling to light it and everything. Crazy, very, 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 very crazy video on this one, just to see that done. Very abominable what they're doing here. Very, very abominable what they're actually doing here. And it's important to understand this is what they were doing before, and they're still doing it. This is the reason, and the reason why I showed you this, because the Hitler, right? His haplogroup group is EM35. Who else has EM35? The Ashkenazi. Very important to understand, he was just against his own. That's what he was against. He was against his own people. So today, for the sake of understanding, besides those trolls that don't want this information, understand this. I'm going to go back up. Let's go up. The reason why I wanted to show you this information today, go down a little bit. All right. Go to that right here. All right. The reason why I wanted to show you this information today is because I wanted to prove to you that the Y chromosome of the so-called Jewish people are known today to be a people that are not Jewish. Understand this. They are not Jewish. Understand, we just looked at the M267 and M172. That was the Turks. We seen that the M269 is the Philistines, of the European stock. We seen the M198. We seen that one, that's the Armenians, also the Turks of the Turks. Very important with that. Also is related with the Assyrians. Very interesting with that one too, because the prophecies, certain prophecies that talk about the Assyrians. You can also see GM201. We looked at that one. We already seen that they even looked at ancient peoples and know that they was up there in Europe and know that that Y chromosome is up that. And these we looked at, and then we looked at M35, which is of the same thing as Hitler, for the sake of understanding. So it's very important to understand that these people, the German people, all these people, historically known, biblically known, and known throughout the world. Go back up to one more time. Let's see that statement. 1706. Remember, that statement is from 1706. This statement right here from 1706 lets us know that those who are in Germany are actually Ashkenazi. They are the Ashkenazi of Gomer, the Alkanazim. Very important to understand. That's actually telling us the understanding that we need to hold fast to, or else you're going to be shocked at what's coming very, very soon. What's coming very, very soon is going to shock many. That many of the things that's going on in the world today has been lies, has been great lies for the sake of understanding. I already went over this note. I'll go over it a little more later on. So as these things get closer and closer, I'll show you why this is important for the sake of understanding. Because they're kicking out people who they say don't belong to Israel. In case you didn't see, in case you never heard or seen, I'm going to show you something real fast. See if I can find it. Just want to show you something that I think is really important. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. I want to show you something. If I have it or not. In fact, let me see if it's on lights. Okay. This one is really funny. Let me go to something here. Let me see if I put a like on it or not. At least I thought I did. I would have thought I put a like on it. Let's see. Let's go into history and see if I can find it. But pretty much there's a couple things going on. If you haven't seen of the actual Jews, the real Jews, which we'll go into another time. Maybe we'll go into it. Yeah, maybe not tomorrow, but maybe Sunday, Monday. Maybe we'll go into that. I'll just type it. I'll see if I can find it like this. About how that saying was. All right, so you can see this if you get a chance to see it. Really interesting.
Recent clashes with Palestinians. Another crisis is going mostly under the radar. Dozens of members of the African Hebrew Israelites, believing to be descendants of an ancient Israelite tribe, now facing deportation. The Interior Ministry reportedly giving upwards of 46 families just 2 months to leave the country despite having permanent residency status. Joining me now with more, though, is Hebrew Israelite Community Representative Ashrael.Pour. Ashrael, thank you so much for being with us. Now, you just came out of a meeting, I understand, with the Minister of Interior. What was discussed in the meeting, and were there any developments?
Well, first of all, good afternoon to you, and thank you for having me, and good afternoon to all of our viewing audience. Just a bit of accuracy. We were not meeting with the Ministry of Interior. We were meeting with the Deputy Minister of Internal Security, who's a personal friend of the communities and who's looking forward to assisting us. He's from the Ethiopian community, Beta Israel. And what we discuss, very simply, just so you can have a general picture, you see, we have approximately 135 people right now who have upward of about 50 days now to be out of the country. Now,
so basically, and they put 2 months for the people who look dark-skinned to leave the homeland because they look dark-skinned. Because they look like they're dark skinned, it looks like they don't look like they belong there. But we're going to break it down, and I'm going to show you. In fact, I'm not even going to go into it deeply, but for the sake of understanding, Shem is known in history to be a certain people. But the Negroid, we already went over these things for the sake of understanding, is not the same as the Hamite. This is known in ancient times in biblical dictionaries for the sake of understanding. In fact, if you go to, let's just go to, say, let's go to this one right here, right? If you go to this, sometimes you'll see something on the side and it'll show like biblical dictionaries and things on the side right here. Sometimes they'll have that. Sometimes. I don't think they have one right now on here. Sometimes I gotta put like, let's go to something like that. All right. Let's see. I think I grabbed the wrong one, the wrong site. Okay, so you see right here, you see this, you see what you see right here. You can see some study notes, and then you see this right here, this Bible dictionary. It's a great Bible dictionary. Of course, they're advertising it because it's a really great Bible dictionary. This right here. See this featured dictionary right here? I want to show you something that this dictionary actually says. This dictionary actually has a saying that's very important to take note of. Let's go right here. All right, so it's going to give you the definition of him. I want to show you what's going to happen right here and what's going to be said. Very interesting. Now, this is Young's Bible Dictionary. It's another dictionary. It tells us that the sons of Noah, right? It says that of him, right? Him, say he's the forefathers of the dark-skinned races, but not the Negroid races. See what it's saying there? It says a son of Noah. This is talking about him. A son of Noah, father of Cush, Egypt, Put, Canaan, right? Because the Canaanites are Hamites. And it says right here, see further on each of these four, it says, while they may have all been dark-skinned, they were not the forefathers of the Negroid races. That means Ham. It's important to understand. Ham is not Shem. Those two are not the same. Yet they're kicking them out like they're Hamites. It says, but rather of the people associated with Egypt. See what's going on? It's very important to understand. Let's see another one. This is the Young's Bible Dictionary, page 255 to 56. Let's go to another one. Here's that. Look at this one. See that right there? See that? Let's go here. It's going to be their Bible dictionary right here. Watch what it says here. The same thing. Ham, right? The youngest son of Noah, born probably around 9 such and such. Let's go down a little bit. He became the, watch what it says, progenitor of the dark races. Not the Negroids, not the Negroes. You see what it's saying there? In their own Bible dictionary, and we can prove it by genetics. We can prove it by genetics and maps and all types of things. We can prove that. We'll do it another time for the sake of understanding. We'll touch on those things and go on to those things. Because we can look at the snaps and we can see how that Adam, that A00, and see how it says that, look what it says here. This is an actual real genetic study. It says the A00 lineage was discovered in a large database of consumer samples of African Americans, the Negroids, and was not, watch what it says here. They don't have genetics like the Hamites. It says, and has not been identified in traditional hunter-gatherer populations of sub-Saharan Africa. It's not the same people. The Africans and African Americans are not the same people. Though they're called African American, they're not actually African. Very important to understand with that one. A real genetic study with that. So that's why these books actually agree. You can see right there, they're not the Negroids, right? But the Egyptians, Hamites are not Negroids. They're not Negroes, for the sake of understanding, not the African American, but the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, the Libyans, and the Canaanites, for the sake of understanding. This is important to understand. We can go into deeper, but we're not going to do that because our focus today is actually going to be on this Y chromosome. So you see how I showed you that Y chromosome there? If you're curious and want to know about these three, which are just 3%, 4%, whatnot, we're not going to really touch on because that just means that they just came in, just a small portion of them. But we looked at that majority group. We looked at that majority group right here, all these groups. So we looked at those and we confirmed without a doubt that the sayings that they are indeed the Turkish people, they are indeed the Turkish people, the same ones who are actually known to become Khazars. But in summary, as they're being the Philistines, they are actually going to be of the line of Japheth, of the line of Gomer, Ashkenaz. They called themselves Ashkenaz. Now, remember how I showed you earlier that genetic study said they're 100% Armenian? Now, I want to show you one more thing. I just want to end this on one more thing, right? Because we're seeing this study right here. This is that genetic study. Go down a little bit. Look what it says going down here. Watch what it says here. It says, remember how it says, in fact, there is no major Y chromosome haplotype group found among Ashkenazi Jews that are not also found among Armenians and vice versa, which would indicate the source population of these groups, while diverse to begin with, were in geographic proximity in the same area. They were around the same area, right? Now remember, what did it just say? The Armenians basically are the same people as the Ashkenazi. Watch what it says in their Jewish library. It says right here, in the past, Armenia has been connected with biblical Ashkenaz. All you have to do is look up Armenia Jewish Library. Look it up and see what information you'll find. You'll be absolutely shocked what you'll see for the sake of understanding. Also connects them with Khazaria for the sake of understanding. It's very important to understand that this information is there, but it's just suppressed. That's all that it is. This is just suppressed. The Khazars were sometimes credited with Armenian origin. See what's going on there? Very important to understand. You could see with different areas. They was in the area of Khazaria and everything. And then going down a little bit. Other deep studies on these things for the sake of understanding. But in short, and it's for the sake of understanding, the Ashkenazi are not, they're 100% not the people who they say that they are. They are 100% without a doubt. As they haven't, understand this, no one, not one nation had them into captivity. No one had them in captivity. It's important to understand the way we'll find the Judeans, especially the Judeans. The way that we find the Judeans, read Joel 3. That's all you got to do is read Joel 3. But you got to understand this. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led into all nations. So that means they should be captive of all nations, as it says, right? In Zechariah 12, it tells you that every nation will be against them. And who would have Jerusalem? Who will be in Jerusalem today? It says Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles is fulfilled. Are Gentiles in Jerusalem? Yes. It's a fulfillment of scripture for the sake of understanding. So this is very important to understand. Very important. Absolutely not. A Google page, you're absolutely wrong. Half of the Jewish Israelis and population are not Sephardic and the other Jews. That's not what they are. That's absolutely a lie. Understand, it's very important to understand who is the major group of the Jews today. Very important to understand. That's the Ashkenazi. They're the same. And in fact, they have the same genetics. Let me actually update this note real fast because I felt like someone would try to think that there's a difference between these different groups. There's not. It's not a difference between these different groups. Let me show you something real fast. I'm just going to put something in update on this note as I thought this screenshot would be very valuable. And I believe so. I believe, yes, indeed, it is indeed something that we need to put here. I'm going to put something here as I think it's important to know. Let me put this screenshot on here because I want to show you what you're talking about. All right, let me just refresh this. Okay, so let's look at and understand there's no difference. We're gonna look at their Y chromosome. We're gonna look at the Y chromosome and see if there's actually a difference. Okay, let's take a look. Let's go up. I just updated this. I just put something here just for the sake of understanding because I think it's important with those things. Let's go down. All right, you see right here, Sephardic. Who are the Sephardic? For the sake of understanding, are they actually the ones that came from Spain? Absolutely not. They're the same people. The Sephardic, look at this. The Sephardic genetics and the Ashkenazi genetics are the same. Absolutely the same. And someone would say, well, of course, because they're Jews. Absolutely not. They're not Jews because it's disproven that the Sephardic are the Jews that were talked about in Spain. We already have the records in Spain that the Jews in Spain were dark-skinned. We did a 5-hour live on nothing but historic evidence, nothing but historic evidence showing you the actual writings telling you that the people in Spain and Portugal, for the sake of understanding, in the area of Portugal, were actually going to be a people that were characterized, even their skeleton is doicosophatic. Very important to understand. If you don't know about these things, then you're ignorant. If you say any statement other than these things, if you don't have the actual historic information, then you are ignorant to the facts. Very important to understand that these are not the people that were described in Portugal because they were dark skinned. They were darker skinned. Very important to understand that. Very important. In fact, you can see ancient pictures, ancient paintings of the Jews in that land, and they were painted as a darker people for the sake of understanding. In fact, just for the sake of understanding, just for the sake of understanding. In fact, how do we also know that the Jews were darker skinned? Do you know that Benjamin merged with Ephraim and Manasseh? Did you know that? That Ephraim and Manasseh was actually half Egyptian and the Egyptians were Hamites? Surely the Egyptians were Hamites. It's very important to understand. It's even confirmed genetically that the Egyptians were Hamites. But let me show you a very interesting picture if I can find it. I'm going to show you something I think is important to take note of. If you've never seen this picture, okay, let me refresh it. All right. Let's see this. Let's see a real old picture of the so-called Sephardic Jews. Let's see the old picture of the Sephardic Jews and see what they look like. This is an old picture of Portugal. If you've never seen it, very, very famous picture that you can see in Portugal. It's described that the Jews, when they converted, they wore a red cross. Can you find the red cross here? Let's go down. Can you find a person with a red cross here? If you find a person with the red cross, guess what you found? You found a Jew. When a Jew converted, because at first the Jews also look like did you know the Jews look just like the Arabs? Did you know the Jew actually looks like the first, the Ottomans, the Moors? Did you know they look the same? But they made the Jews wear a black coat. They made them wear a black coat. And guess what they did when they converted to Judaism? They put a red cross on them. Can you find it? Do you see the person with a red cross? There he is. Let's zoom in on him. Let's take a look. Let's open this. And let's take a look at this person with a red cross. Let's see what he looks like. Let's go over a little bit. Never seen this. Very interesting. There he is. This is a Jew. This is a Jew of Portugal who's wearing that red cross. Very important. If you've never seen that information in history, you will never really know. And then later on, this is actually where they first got sent out. And it's confirmed. It's historically confirmed that Portugal persecuted the Jews and pushed them out. This is why it's important to understand that people try to make them Sephardic, because they try to say, oh, because they're Spanish Jews, the Sephardic Jews. No, because it's recorded in history that the Sephardic Jews were pushed into Africa. Let's go and look at that. This is Spain. This is Portugal. It is historically recorded that they pushed them down where you see this horn is at. You see what this area is right here? It is historically confirmed that they pushed them. And would they have pushed them up here? Absolutely not. Why would they push the Jews upper north into them? It's not recorded that they pushed them upper north. It's recorded that they pushed them southward as they pushed even because Rome was coming. They was pushing them down, pushing them down, pushing them down. Even the Ottomans who had control over this area. The Ottomans had control over this area and they came and they pushed them down. They also pushed out the Jews down into Africa, into these areas down here. And they sold them into slavery into all different nations. It's confirmed historically. Historical quotes actually let us know that in Spain, the Jews were here and they were forced down into Africa. Very important to understand. And we know what they look like because what I just showed you is a picture of Spain with the Jews in them. You can also see some Moors in them and everything and all that. You can see all those things. You got to understand history. If you don't know history, somebody's going to talk like they think they know history for the sake of understanding. So very important to understand real history. Real history is going to verify these things, as is important to understand what they look like. So that's how we know, because the Jews were also said to have a cross on them when they converted. Otherwise, they would just be wearing a black coat. But then when they converted, they put a cross on for the sake of understanding. But let's look at some. If you have any questions, look at some questions. Look at some of the statements for the sake of understanding. Of all, because they're not against Jews. We just looked at the Khazar theory has not been disproven. It's actually been opposite. It's been verified. It's been verified for the sake of understanding. Yeah. Let's see. Aslan was a character from the Bible. Half of the Jews, tribes, and yeah. Khazar theory of Jews has been, that's absolutely false. All Western countries are not against Jews. 50% relates Boston, also into Europe. No, they wasn't. They didn't go into Europe. Find a historical quote that says they were pushed into Europe. That's false. That's a false narrative that says that they pushed the Sephardic Jews into Europe. That's absolutely false. Absolutely false, for the sake of understanding. This is, and understand, people like a Google page plus, a Google Plus page. This is the type of people that are usually going to be easily influenced by the world. The world's going to tell them this thing with no evidence, and they'll believe it. They'll believe things with absolutely no evidence. But if you want to see evidence for the sake of understanding, I recommend you come and check out a video we already made. But I highly doubt you actually see the evidence. Understand? But we do have the evidence. Understand this. If they don't want to see it, that's on them. But for anyone who is curious for a little more information, search up Lion Farm. On Lion Farm, we actually go through a lot of this information. You yourself can see this yourself. Go down. You can see this one. The Ashkenazis are the Philistines. We talk about that and found out how they are the Philistines 100%. We also go down. We went over a little history on the Ashkenazi Confederacy and how they're not Israelites. We talked about a lot of this information, talk about how they're Gogs and Magog. We talk about their Talmud on their wicked book. But there's one video in particular, this one right here, undeniable evidence of the lost tribes of Judah, to know who is defined as Judah in history. Almost 4 hours, not 5 hours, almost 4 hours of nothing but historical information. You can see the information with the skulls. You can see the information with that. Very important to understand that when you get a chance, see that. And then you actually know who the Sephardic Jews are. You actually have the real history of who the Sephardic Jews are. Very important with those things. Very, very important. So while we have liars in wait for the sake of understanding, let me just verify one more thing to you, family. There's maps, multiple maps that actually says that the Jews were in Africa. Here's one. Here's a map. In fact, I'll open up another note. I'll put this in the description because I think it's important for these things. This is why I believe it's important, because you are always going to have someone that's a chain of the world that doesn't know much information, but loves to speak, loves to talk, but doesn't have much information. For the sake of understanding, please cite your sources. Right here, you can see this right here. This is a map. I'm going to open this. Let me actually go down a little bit. Library of Congress. Library of Congress. You can see different maps on this thing. I'm going to close it. Okay. Let's see what this map say. This map actually tells us that according to, I don't know, I said it, Ed Garci or something like that, the land hereabout was peopled by Jews. And how old is this map? How old do you think this map is? That actually says that this land was peopled by Jews. I actually don't know. Let me see. Right here. I want to grab the exact year for you to show you that information. All right. Let's see and make sure this is the right one. No, that's a different one. This is a different one. This one's kind of oh, this is a different. Okay. Right here. Well, let me go up. I want to get the exact one for you. The exact one. 1766. So this is from 1766. This is a French map made in 1766 for the Duke of Orleans, for the sake of understanding. If you look under this area, right underneath this, right here, you'll see it said, according to this person's map, in 1766, family, 1766, the land hereabout was peopled by Jews. That's only one map. There's other maps too. Here's another one. Go down. Here's another map. This one is a very interesting map. I'll show you the source, map of Judah in Africa, because the people were forced down. It's historically confirmed. It's historically confirmed that they were pushed into Africa. While you have people over here running their mouth like they think they know something. Look what it says right here. You see what it's saying right here? Negro land. Remember what we've seen in the why do you think they say the Negroids are not actually Hamites? Why do you think the Negroids are not Hamites? Because the Negroid is actually going to be, without a doubt, for the sake of understanding, let's go in right here. Kingdom of Judah, or Yehuda, the slave coast. This is who they actually sold into slavery, for the sake of understanding. That's actually who they sold, the kingdom of Yehuda. And guess what other kingdom you see here? Kingdom of Beni. Who do you think that kingdom of Beni is? The Beni, Benjamin, for the sake of understanding. Very important to understand, they were sent down these areas. And that's why in the slave coast where they sold the slaves, where the Portuguese actually sent them downwards, which is confirmed, already confirmed in history. That's why you got to see that video. You got brothers who want to talk a lot, but don't want to see and take their time to do the studies themselves and understand these things. Very important to see that study yourself. Very important. That they were sent down here. And this is where they had Judah, down in these areas. That's why, and understand, we're not even touching on those things, though we can easily touch on those things. But for the sake of understanding, just for clarification, we touched on the Y chromosome of the Ashkenazi, which don't think is any different for a Kurd, don't think is any different for the Sephardic, who they call Sephardic, who they call the ones that came from Spain, and all those people to say they're the same. Understand this. They're all Turks. That's what they are. They actually are Turks, confirmed in history. The Y chromosome doesn't lie. The Y chromosome doesn't lie. So as always, family, this information is to reflect on for the sake of truth, as they are pushing people out of the homeland, saying that they don't belong there. Maybe we should consider and look at these Y chromosomes very carefully and consider if the people who are there actually belong there. Because I'll tell you the truth. The people who are there are hypocrites. They don't actually belong there. They don't actually belong there. And we already went over the history on how they got there. We talked about how the Rothschilds actually bought Israel. We talked about all those things of history. These are levels that I don't expect someone with a very simple state of mind to understand. Someone who is so dedicated on the world's lies that they don't want to look into the truth. So that's why we're doing these things with the truth, for the sake of understanding. That we just looked on all these all these chromosomes, all these things that you see here, right? The G, J, all those things broken down. We broke them down. So with that, family, if you have any questions, let me know. If someone's going to be jealous of the truth, it's too bad. It's very too bad. Time is at hand. We only got a few more years left, and then the time will come where the Lord will do what he will. So with that, family, all this evidence, I hope that you will continue to grow in the truth and continue to seek after the truth. If you have any questions at all, let me know. That way we'll touch on those things. But we're going to get back to prophecy, as I believe we gotten some really heavy things, as I think it's very important to be on these heavy things, because who will do it? We need to be on those heavy things. But let me see. There's a massive amount of Jews went to the Ottoman Empire. Yep. After the Spanish Inquisition, a massive amount of Jews went into the Ottoman Empire. Think about how that statement is, what you just said there. Where is the Ottoman Empire, right? How does that sound? Let's think about that for the sake. We can for the sake of understanding, we can answer some logical questions, or we can ask empty, simple questions that make no sense. The Ottoman Empire is a whole empire. You got to talk about where in the Ottoman Empire. What are you talking about that the Jews went into the Ottoman Empire? You got to understand what the Ottoman Empire is, right? Let's actually go to a note. Again, let's go down. Go to a note. All right. Let's see what the Ottoman Empire is. All right. Okay. At his peak, here's the Umayyad Caliphate. He said he went to the Ottoman Empire. It just jumped into here, to all these areas. That's crazy. Yes, they were in Africa. This is Africa. Isn't that something? That's how you know someone doesn't really know what they're talking about. Said the Ottoman Empire is not Africa, huh? Okay, so let's look at this. Let's be careful and look at these things. Lest, you have people that come with a sense of not knowing the truth and want people to believe a lie. So here, let's look at what the Ottoman Empire is. Let's go down. So here's the Ottoman Empire. They defeated Rome, right? They defeated Constantine, the Constantinople. They took this area, and then they started to grow. Guess where else they were in? In Africa. In Africa. That's where they were rising at. They went into Africa, and they started to shrink. It's very important to understand that many people converted to Islam. Yes, very important to understand that. But the Judeans, when they was in Spain during this time, right, between this time and this time, when they got over here, and then they was actually it's important to understand at one point it reached over here. Islam actually reached all the way over here. So you can see with this one right here, here's like a final result. They reached all the way up here. This is Portugal. But Rome pushed them down. Rome pushed them down. It's confirmed in history. Rome pushed them down. Rome came, pushed the Ottomans back down. As you can see, that shrink there, right? They went right here, and they were pushed down out of Africa, pushed out of this area, and then they end up settling here. Very important with the Ottoman Empire. You got a lot of people that think they know history, but they don't really know history. Go on. Let's see. There was a state that controlled the southeast. West Africa. Wait, all were not Africa, West Africa. Yeah. All right. So, for the sake of understanding and for clarity of the live, understand this. If you want to go into the history of the people who are called Negroids, who we know are not Hamites by definition, we'll go into that. We'll talk about that another time. But for the sake of understanding, does anyone have any direct questions on the Y chromosome of the Ashkenazi? Does anyone have any valid questions towards the information we provided in the live? Does anyone have any questions on this? We'll have an open conversation on that another time. Maybe I'll even end this and then start over. We'll have a conversation on that. But do you have a question on the Y chromosome of the Ashkenazi? Right? Do you believe that? Now understand, which one of these Y chromosomes do you think is from Abraham? None of them. Absolutely none of them, because each and every one of these, we know who the people are. We know who the Y chromosome is. Who has the majority of the Y chromosome? We know who. It's important to understand that. None of these, show me which one of these Y chromosomes, show me one that you believe is from Abraham. Show me one. Tell me which one of these Y chromosomes of this list is from Abraham and not from a Turkish tribe. Tell me which one of these Y chromosomes is from Abraham and not from a Turkish tribe. All right. So no one, nothing on that. Okay, so understand this. Every single one of these Y chromosomes, we know. We know exactly which people these come from. We know which tribes, which Turkish tribes they come from, which was an isolated people in the north. Isolated people in the north. Very important to understand that. And then you have some that came in this area, but you got to know who they are. The Philistines. You got to know who those people are. You got to know where you get that from. You also got to know that they also mingled a little bit with the Canaanites. Very important, because the Philistines also mingled with the Canaanites. So that's why you're going to see some of those. If you notice that M35 came into a little bit of the Africa, right? Because there's going to be Hamite descendants. Very important to understand. So they got they mingled with everything. They pretty much got Ham, Shem, and Japheth in them. They're everything. They're single-handedly everything. They're not just Japheth. They're not just a mingled people. They're every single one. They're Ham, Shem, and Japheth. But in majority, they're going to be Japheth, for the sake of understanding. The highest percentage of them going to have more of that Y chromosomes from Japheth, for the sake of understanding, from the Ashkenazi. But let's understand this in the purity of the line. I'm going to summarize it like this. There is no Y chromosome that is found among Ashkenazis that is not found among Armenians or the Caucasian people. Important to understand, when I say Caucasian, in the Caucasus Mountains, the Turks, Turkey, Turkestan, all this whatnot, Georgia, all these areas, There is no Y chromosome found among Ashkenazis that is not also found among Armenians and many of the Turkish tribes that we just confirmed today. Very important to understand. And they are indeed those people who people called the Khazars that came to these areas and settled in these areas. Very important to understand. We have the lands, we have the maps to prove it. We know where they settled. We have the maps. We have linguistic studies. We have genetic studies. We have historical studies. We have biblical information. It is without a doubt the Ashkenazi are indeed not the Israelites of the Bible. It's important to understand that 100% without a doubt. You know what they tried to, you know what people were trying to do? Go ahead and see how they try to discredit the Khazarian theory. They used the female line. I can even prove that to you in 1 second. Let me just show you. Go up, show you something. For anyone that thinks the Khazarian theory was disproven, show me the evidence that has been disproven. And I'll show you a genetic study that's bogus. I'll show you a genetic study that's bogus. And the reason why it's bogus is because it's already proven that the woman's line is actually a European line, and is also proven that you cannot take that method of return, which they say has to be through a Jewish mother or a convert. Absolute ridiculousness when it comes to scripture. Yep. Departed for people when the Assyrians invaded. The Philistines and the Assyrians had the same genetics. The Philistines and the Assyrians had the same genetics too, for the sake of understanding. The more you know. So I'm going to show you this right here. But before I show you that, let me just confirm to you, here's another genetic study. You can see if you look very closely, you can actually understand the Turks and the Armenians crowd right here. You can see right there, the Jews, they all have the same genetics. Understand this. They have the same genetics. The Assyrian, here's the Assyrian genetics with an Armenian. You see the genetics? They're the same. They know that they're the same people. They're the same genetics. Yeah. So the Khazarian theory is a false lie because someone says is this proven. Let's look. Let's see on these things. Let's see how is the Khazarian theory disproven. Let's go down. Watch what it says here. All right. Watch what it says here. It says all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from, watch what it says here, an original group about 300 individuals that lived 600 to 800 years ago. How does that disprove the Khazar theory? Because they say right here at the bottom, this discovery also effectively disproves the idea the Ashkenazi Jews were descendants from the Khazars, which we disproven by looking at the Y chromosome. Because what is this? What is this study on? Do you know what this 350 peoples is? Yeah, how you say that? Yen Ivy. Can you tell me what study is this? I want you just to tell me what study this is, and then I want to see it if you understand. Tell me if you understand this study. Where does 300 individuals come from? From the male's line or the female's line? You can't answer? Understand this for the sake of understanding. You got to be careful of people that think they know something, but they don't. They don't really know. Let me show you a real genetic study, and I'll give you the actual information to the 300 people that they actually found. And I'm going to show you what's the real truth behind this thing. Okay, watch what it says here. I'm gonna start up here. All right. 4 founding mothers who lived in Europe 1,000 years ago were the ancestors of 2/5 of all Ashkenazi European origin Jews. Right? It goes on and gives us a little more deeper information that it wasn't just 4 people; it was actually 350 people that they found out that they were linked with, for the sake of understanding. And those 350 people, for the sake of understanding, they actually found out that they are actually European. Now, not just that, but let's understand this information. I want to show you this. Times of Israel, just to show you that this is obviously recognized. 350 people. Remember that 350 people I was just talking about? Remember we just looked at that, how that's supposedly what discredits the Khazarian theory, supposedly? Let's see what that study actually says. Watch what that study actually says. Ashkenazi Jews descend from 350 people. Study finds. Okay. Who are those 350 people? those 350 people is a, do you know what that bottleneck is? They had a bottleneck because, you know why they had a bottleneck? You know the real reason behind that bottleneck? Is because when you take the information of how many Jews there were in Israel that left, there's a bottleneck when you compare them to the people that are today called Ashkenazi. There's a bottleneck. You know what that? Why is there a bottleneck? You know why? Because the numbers don't match up. The numbers don't match up because if you look at the land of Israel versus these people, there's a massive difference in the sizes. Very important to understand. But let's read this just to get an idea of these things. Let's go down. I want to show you something very interesting. All right. It says, it talks about them. It says Ashkenazi Jews are to have an origin in the Levant. It says Ashkenazi Jews are known to have origins in Levant, which Israel is smack dab in the middle of. But exactly who European Ashkenazi Jews are has long been debated. An analysis of the gene database shows that the original Ashkenazi Jews were about half European and half Middle Eastern. They lived in the medieval era, about 600 and 800 years ago, according to analysis, and numbered just only 350 people or so. What are the odds? You know, there's a more closer, more detailed studies of these things. You know, there's more detailed studies of these things. In fact, I'm pretty sure you probably won't see this. So I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you a little part of something which I highly doubt that you know about. But let me show you something. Because you think that people don't notice. You know what the Library of Congress is? You know what the Library of Congress is? Let me show you something that I think is very important to understand. Let's go down. Actually, let's go up. Let's see something here. I want you to see something very important here. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Watch this. Let's see what's said in the Library of Congress. Watch what's said here. While he's talking about 2013, this is 2014, okay? 2013, you got, here's 2014. Watch what it says here.
Eastern Europe.
I'm gonna show you something.
As place of origin. And all of
reflect back on to understand that this world that we're in is full of more lies than this world knows. And in fact, the truth is known, but the truth is not in media. Or imagine, could you imagine them going like, well, okay, guys, we just found out that the Jews that are in the land of Israel, they're actually not the Jews. Can you imagine that? How much controversy that would actually cause? Let's go back. Let's hear it one more time.
Relatively numerous, and they all indicate various countries of Eastern Europe as place of origin. And all of these people are of Ashkenazi Jewish ancestry. In all likelihood, the connection between them and the I2C from the Caucasus must have taken place through the Khazars. It would be difficult to conceive of another possibilities. The relation.
He said it would be difficult to perceive of another possibility. That's what he's saying there, because of the connection is so much connection. Let's keep going because it gets more into it to the end.
Between the Khazars and Ossetians in the Middle Ages are well known, not to mention the episodic Khazar invasions of Transcaucasia. So to conclude, thanks to a few people we have tested, a few tests, a little bit of saliva, this is what we have been able to determine. We have been able to find out the YDNA of the original Bagratid dynasty. The Georgians.
In 2014, they did a study on the Y chromosome. 2013, they did a study of the female's line family. You understand? That's why they were saying they weren't related, because in 2013 or in previous studies, they thought that you can take the woman's genetics and get a perfect result as the Y chromosome of the male. Do you know how more accurate the Y chromosome of the male is? Very important information to know about. Right? Make sure you're looking at studies of the Y chromosome. If you want to get real information real, exact, pinpoint information, look up studies on the male's line. If you look up studies on the female's line, it gets more complex. It's a little more harder. It's not so clean cut. But let's understand why the Y chromosome is valuable. Why the chromosome? Guys, your Y chromosome is an evolution marvel, right? See what's going on there? Talking about the Y chromosome and everything. And understand, they started to realize this when they started to study more on, they started to obviously know a lot about DNA, and they started to understand the Y chromosome is very interesting. The Y chromosome is one of those things where if you do a little bit information study on the Y chromosome, you'll actually find, watch what it says here. The Y chromosome may have gotten a bad rep despite the claims that this male chromosome is mostly junk. New research suggests that actually, watch what it says. New research suggests it's actually a lean, mean, highly evolved machine for producing the fittest male possible, for the sake of understanding. And then when you actually look at this Y chromosome, which is of the 23 chromosomes of the body, but the Y chromosome, the X and Y chromosome, you either get an X for the female and the Y for the male. The Y is so concentrated that you can trace it back. You can trace it really far back, for the sake of understanding. You can completely follow the Y chromosome into the end. Watch what it says here. The DNA in the Y chromosome represents about 2% of the DNA in human cells, compared with the X chromosome with 5%. You know what that means? The smaller percentage is more precise. It's getting more precise with a smaller percentage. You can get more precise without making mistakes by understanding those things, for the sake of understanding. So the Y chromosome is very important to understand, right? Very, very important to understand. That's why we go over those things. So I recommend for anyone who's not familiar with some of the things that we talk about, it may shock you for the sake of understanding, but go and watch this video again. If you haven't seen the video from the beginning, watch this live again and really look at us break down each and every one of these Y chromosomes and tell me which one of these Y chromosomes is 100% the separate Y chromosome of Abraham. Show me which one of these Y chromosomes is the Y chromosome of Abraham. None of them. Not one of them is a Y chromosome of Abraham. There's no Y chromosome found among them that is not found among the Turkish people and the Armenian people. But in the people who they call African American, who are the Negroids, who definition, word for word in biblical definitions about Ham, it tells you that the Negroids are not Hamites, but they have a Y chromosome in them that is not found in anyone else. That is actually nicknamed Y chromosome Adam. It's so concentrated. This Y chromosome is so concentrated that it's not found in any other people. Understand what I'm saying here? It's not found in anyone else. Not found in anyone else. It's a concentrated Y chromosome, what they nickname Y chromosome Adam. It's important to understand that there's only one people with such a Y chromosome like this. Very important to understand. And it's found in African Americans. Understand this for the sake of understanding. That doesn't mean that they're better than anyone else in the sense of anything. But that does mean that they are the actual, real biblical Israelites. Very important to understand. That's actually letting us know. If they're not Hamites, then they're Shemites. They're sure not Japheth. They're not Hamites, then you know what they are? Shemites. And do they have a Y chromosome that is not in anyone else's line? Yes. They have an isolated Y chromosome. That's important to understand. That's what we need to find in the Ashkenazi to know that if they are the Israelites, understand, if they were the Israelites, amen. Do you know that I have an Ashkenazi associate? I have an Ashkenazi associate. Do you know that? I actually have an Ashkenazi associate. He has 2 sons and 2 daughters. Right? He's with a Romanian wife. Ashkenazi associate. Understand this. We do this unbiasedly. That's what this note is for, unbiasedly. Because we wanted to see if this is what they are. But genetics, historic information, all the information points otherwise. They are actually the same people that converted to Judaism in 740 AD of the Khazarian stock, the Turks. It's important to understand. That's what we just seen when we just looked up the vein, all the stuff, and all the lines of those people. 100% the Y chromosome of the Ashkenazi are all the same. I want one person to tell me otherwise. That show me one Y chromosome in the Ashkenazi that is not related to the Turks. Show me one, for the sake of understanding, that's not related to the Turks. Understand this. We actually know these things without a doubt, and it's confirmed by many people today. Very important. That's why we have to look at the Y chromosome. The Y chromosome is the key to understanding this thing. The Y chromosome. So don't let them try to trick you when they try to use the female line. Don't let them trick you and say this proves that they're Khazarian, because they try to use the female line, which is not going to give you a more precise understanding of who these people are genetically and who they are as a people. We can actually find that a little bit, but that's one of those things that if we look at the females line, we're not getting a more precise understanding as the Y chromosome. That's what they just try to use the females line to discredit all those things. But guess what the Y chromosome says? Not so. The Y chromosome proves that they're Turks. All right. So I'll take one. Let's look at one more thing. Let's look at one more question. I have no idea what that statement even means. You think the Jews wanted to leave the Middle East during the Roman times? What do you mean? What does that statement mean? Can you clarify that statement? Their country was annihilated. They were forced into exile into Europe. That's ridiculous. They weren't forced into Europe. Show me one quote. If you can show me one historical quote that says they were forced into Europe, then I'll reside. Show me one historical quote. Understand, I got you a list of historical quotes. I can give you much historical quotes where they actually was sent, but you cannot give me one historical quote. In fact, I'm not alone in this. Do you know that there's another person who worked at Tel Aviv that also complained that he couldn't find not one historical quote that the Ashkenazis are actually were sent into Europe, into Germany? Because understand, few people understand this. Germany, the area of Germany, was a people that Rome hated. The barbarians, those were a people that Rome hated. They were crazy. If you got a people that went into there, you know what they would have did? They would have absorbed them. They just become completely crazy with it. If you never looked up who are the actual Khazars, you should look it up. In fact, I recommend, here's what I recommend. For those that lack faith for these things, I want you to look up one thing first. Look this up. I want you to look this up right here. Turk Jews. That's all you gotta look up. And then look at the history of the Jewish Turkish Khazars. Look it up. I want you to do it. I want you to learn about the Khazars and their Jewish Turkic history. I want you to learn about that. Go ahead and watch that video and then talk to me. Watch that video and then you can talk to me. I'm just going to show you a quick example at the end. I'm just going to show you something. I'm going to show you something at the end so that you can understand that these things are known by many people.
From the Khazars. 20th century historian Julius Bretskas proposed that the ancient Kievan state also inherited sophisticated customs, legal procedures, governmental frameworks, and military organization. Refugees from the crumbling Khazar Empire are controversially hypothesized by some historians to have been the source of Eastern Europe's future Ashkenazi Jewish community. But this is a matter of intense genetic analysis and historical debate, which will likely go on for years to come. We will continue talking about.
Watch that video. That's a tip of the iceberg. That's a tip, just a tip. That's not even all things. But watch this video and then talk to me. Watch this video, get an understanding of history, and once you understand this history, then we can get more deeper into the Y chromosome, the actual other historical evidence, and then we can go into these things more thoroughly. Otherwise, you're just throwing out statements that have no foundation at all. Why do you think they're debating this thing? Why do you think they're debating? Because the information to this thing is valid, is absolutely valid. That's why I just showed you that 2014 study. That guy just told you. What did he tell you? He said the Ashkenazis are actually Khazars. Very important to understand. If you didn't understand that study real fast, I'll show you it from here because these things are known. I recommend seeing that Turkish Jewish conversion. I recommend seeing that. Very important to see that study. Just to see that those Y chromosomes linked, absolutely amazing to see such a thing like that. That people completely don't know about things like that. But let me show you something. Let me go down and let me show you something really interesting. I think is important. This is also an ancient map. You can see this borderline. You can see this where Japheth was, and you can see this is where a lot of them were. You can actually see that Mount Ararat, where they land, and they got Gog and Magog and all those things, Armenia, Caucasus, and everything over there. But let me show you something. Let me show you something that I think is important. I think it's important to know because not a lot of people know it. Let's go to something here. I want to show you something. Let me just see where it's at first. Actually, it's down here. I want to show you something here. All right. Because I think when we do these things, when we study on these things, understand we're patient. We have enough time to go about these things, take our time and go about these things very carefully because I think it's important that we go about these things carefully and slowly. All right. Let me see. Just looking for a certain timestamp on one of these. I'll go up. I have the timestamp up here. I want to show you directly the information from the Library of Congress, Congress, the Library of Congress. Let me just show you. I just need the timestamp where that timestamp is. In fact, it might be down here. I just want to find that timestamp and show you that. Let me just show you. Let's see. This one, not so. Let's go down a little more. We gotta find a certain timestamp on one of these things. Let's see. All right, 1:26:55. 1:25:55. All right, let me show you something.
From the Library.
This is the Library of Congress. This is a government thing.
Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
From the Library of Congress, 2014. 2014. Watch this genetic study. Let's go to watch what it says here. I want you to see this.
Beyond.
Okay, so you want to see a real genetic study? I'm going to show you the real Y chromosome genetic study that they just did. And this is going to verify you that the Khazars are indeed Ashkenazi. Watch what it says here.
The Ossetians, and that's why I chose these case studies, all of this, the Armenians who are A2, the Georgians and the Ossetians, the people then closest to them, they are relatively numerous, and they all indicate various countries of Eastern Europe as place of origin. And all of these people are of Ashkenazi Jewish ancestry. In all likelihood, the connection between them and the I2C from the Caucasus must have taken place through the Khazars. It would be difficult to conceive of another possibilities. The relations between the Khazars and Ossetians in the Middle Ages are well known, not to mention the episodic Khazar invasions of Transcaucasia. So to conclude, thanks to a few people we have tested, a few tests, a little bit of saliva, this is what we have been able to determine. We have been able to find out the Y-DNA of the original Bagratid dynasty. The Georgians have been working on the Bagratid dynasty, but in the case of the Georgians, it's descent through female line because Queen Tamar married an Ossetian prince, David Soslan, and from then on, it is the line of David Soslan. So they did some DNA testing, and they belong to the line of David Soslan belongs to the Q1 or something like this line. It's something which kills the Georgians, that their royal family is of Armenian origin, the Bagratian, and then from an Ossetian, David Soslan. It's really something.
Just for the sake of understanding,
for them to swallow.
You can see he says it's difficult for them to swallow. I want you to understand this, family. This is talking about the Khazarian theory. You're saying that it's been disproven. You're quoting 2013 and 2020 or 2002. Family, this is 2014. This genetic study is brought to the Library of Congress. Do you understand what this means? This genetic study being brought to this was a study of the Armenian. They didn't expect that they was going to confirm the Khazarian theory. That is actually true. Understand this. They confirmed it that it's true. Understand this. This was on April 2014, for the sake of understanding. Library of Congress. You gotta disprove the Library of Congress. That's what you gotta do. So understand. Watch what it says here so you can get a clear understanding of what's going on in the Library of Congress. Do you not know who this is? You not know who the Library of Congress is and their copyrights and the government? You understand this thing? Very important. If this wasn't true, they would have took it down. It's truth. It's being verified multiple times over. Watch what it says here. Pay attention as you're used to the world giving you answers, but here is actual information. Pay attention so that you understand these things. Pay attention. Pay attention. Watch what happens. Remember, 2000, the year 2000 and the year 2013 are before 2014. This is 2014. Watch.
To find the origins of the House of Hachen, the Hassan Jalalian, so determine that they are in fact Batradites and not Aran Shahid or Sunni. The origins, we have been able to confirm the origins of the Tzitsishvili Panastirteli princes. At some point, I thought maybe they may be Mamedonian because type belonged to the Mamedonian before it passed to the Patratids. But obviously, they are Patratids and not. We confirmed that the tradition of the Tadawur aristocracy was not fiction, but it was they indeed have something Armenian and Patradid on top of that. And also the links between Ossetians and Khazars. I mean, Ossetia, the Alania was included as part of was vassal of the Khazar kingdom. And we have been able to establish that at least some Ashkenazi Jews are indeed of Khazar origin, because there is this discussion that are Ashkenazi Jews Khazars, or are they from the Jews which came from the Middle East? I cannot answer the question for all of them, but at least here at this micro level, we can see that some of them at least are of Khazar ancestry, because I cannot see how it could have been otherwise.
So that's quickly disproven. The idea that they're not the Khazars is quickly disproven, as we also can look at the information ourselves. We can look at these things ourselves, and that's what you just seen today. We looked at the Y chromosome, and we just verified for you that indeed. Now, what is a Khazar? Do you understand what a Khazar is? Yen Ivy, do you understand what a Khazar is? What is a Khazar? What the sense is a Khazar? Do you know what a Khazar is? Can you tell me what a Khazar is? Because you talk like you're not Khazars, but do you know what a Khazar is? Do you actually have any idea historically what a Khazar is? Who are actually the Khazars historically? Tell me what the Khazars are historically. Can you tell me? I bet you don't know. You surely don't know, because a lot of people who think about the Khazars, they don't even know who the Khazars are. They have no idea who they are related to in genetics. Very important to understand. Genetically, even studying history, the Khazars are a people that were up in the north. They were a people who were a Turkish people, which most of the Turkish people, if not all, are actually going to be one people. In fact, just for the sake of live, let's actually give a quick historical information to who the Khazars originated from. They actually originated from the Gog Turks. Let's see that. Let's see a quick little thing of that. 1416. Let's see a quick little thing of that to get a little bit of understanding, so we're not as ignorant as some of these people. So 14, beloved family. Look what it says right here. I want you to see this. Here's Gog Turk. The Gog Turks, right? That's what we talked about that, how they push this way. It's going to be Khazaria. Watch what happens here.
There are over 150.
I'm going to do this.
Million speakers of a Turkic language in the world. If you enjoyed this video, I think you'll also enjoy my video I did on the Mongol Empire. What did the Mongol warrior? The Turks' greatest legacy would not be their conquest and plunder they accumulated, but their language, culture, and people that spread and multiplied. The Uyghur, Khazar, Karkanids, Ghaznavids, Seljuk, Khwarezmid, and Ottoman empires are only a few of the many empires, kingdoms, and states founded by the descendants of these first Turks. And today, there are over 150 Turks. And today, There are over 150 million speakers of a Turkic language in the
All right, so family, if anyone is a troll, they're just gonna get mute. But watch. Let's actually understand the real history here. I'm gonna show you who the Khazars actually are, because few people actually know these things, right? The Khazars are descendants from Gog. It's actually known that these ones were actually Gog. The Gog Turks, for the sake of understanding, you can follow them in history and some different things and get some things on those things. Let me actually show you the breakdown of the lands. When they fell, you got these different, see right there, the Khazar Empire. These came from Gog. These came from Gog Turks, for the sake of understanding. This is why they're related to Turks. They all had the same Y chromosome, because they're the same, because they all broke from one branch and they all are the same people. They all are the same people. It's important to understand. That's what we just looked at. We just verified that they're the same people because we just looked at the genetic studies. Very important. And it's being verified by the Library of Congress and all over things, all types of things. So don't let them fool you. Don't let them try to fool you, because they don't want to bring you the truth. They want you to believe a lie. Understand this. Now, let's end this like this. I'm gonna close these, as we don't need these now. I'm gonna close this one too. We don't need that. We'll leave that. I'll close this. And now let's just talk about imagery real fast. Just for 1 second. What line did Moses come from? Levi. Moses came from the line of Levi. Why is that important? Because Moses was ascribed to look like an Egyptian. Moses did not mix. The Levites did not mix, but they looked Egyptian. What did the Egyptians look like? This is what the Egyptians look like. These are Egyptians. These are Egyptians in the time when Moses and the Israelites left Egypt. In fact, this is a tomb. This tomb right here, this is dated in the early years of Ramses II, 1213 BC, around the time Israel was led by Moshe, by Yah out of Egypt. Yeah, this is a real image. You can actually see these things in these images. And this is actually, you see this? The Torah, right? You can see this image and everything. You can see these things where it talks about the Egyptians and how they looked and whatnot. You can see these things, right? And Moses also, Moses did have a son that was mixed. Moses did have a son that was mixed too. Yes, amen. That's absolutely right. That's right. So you can see what the Egyptians look like. And then Ephraim and Manasseh looked like them. Ephraim and Manasseh, he also merged with Benjamin. That means, you know what you automatically get? Levi looked like an Egyptian. Benjamin looked like an Egyptian, because remember, if you don't remember, historically it's confirmed, well, biblically, for sake of understanding. No, I'm going to block you because you just do too much. You're vain. You can make as many accounts as you want, but you're a troll. So again, Benjamin merged with Ephraim and Manasseh. Ephraim and Manasseh was half Egyptian. And also, what else do we know? We also know without a doubt that Messiah was dark skinned. How do we know that? If you've never seen, I think it's very interesting statements that were made historically. There was a historian early on. I want you to see this.
Paul. And Flavius Josephus, in the Slavic copy of Christ, that book contains a detailed description of Christ. However, I will point out that the Western copy, if you get it from like the Amazon bookstore, some of these Western copies have this description of Christ deleted. Like in particular, the part that deals with skin, you'll find that this is actually deleted. But since we have a Slavic copy, or a translation of the Slavic copy, let's read what we have. And it says, "At the time there appeared a certain man of magic power. If it be met to call him man, whose name is Yahshua." It says Jesus, but it's Yahshua, because we know there wasn't a J back then. So it's whose name is Yahshua, whom certain Greeks call a son of Yah, but his disciples call the true prophet. Then it says, listen closely, it says, "He was a man of simple appearance, mature age, and get this, black skinned. And it goes on to say, you know, short in growth, 3 cubits tall, and some other descriptions of Christ. But the main one I wanted to point out there is black skin. It says he was a man of simple appearance, mature age, black skin, right?
No wonder he fit in with Egypt, right? Remember, he fled into Egypt. He blended in with Egypt. Very important to understand. Very interesting stuff right there. So we know that they supposed to. Now, why is none of them darker skinned? Why is that none of the Jews are darker skinned? Seeing that Moses was described as being Egyptian, we also seen that Messiah, by history, a first century historian born a little bit after Messiah's crucifixion, who got eyewitnesses at that time, still eyewitnesses, because we know he fought against Rome, against the siege that Rome had on Jerusalem, 70 AD. This first century historian said that Messiah looked at dark skin. Levi, Moses looked dark skin. Benjamin would have been dark skin. In fact, Paul, what did it say about Paul? Are you not that Egyptian? Are you not that Egyptian from that long ago, right? Art not thou that Egyptian, which before these days and whatnot? Remember that? Very important. Acts 21, 37, 38. Very important to understand. Paul was described as an Egyptian. In fact, when they first seen him, they didn't even know if he can speak Greek. Yet he was a Roman. Right? He was of the tribe of Benjamin, but he was born a Roman. He was born in Rome, in an area that Rome controlled. He wasn't born in the heart of the boots, but he was born in an area that Rome controlled. And he himself, when people seen him, they didn't know if he can speak Greek. And they said, are you an Egyptian? So he's obviously, Shem is not him. But yet we see with a clear understanding, Paul looks like an Egyptian. Moses looked like an Egyptian. Messiah had dark skin. And these are going to be the Judeans. We're not even talking Reuben or Dan or all the other tribes. We're talking Judah, of the group of Judah, which is Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, which was of Jerusalem, for the sake of understanding. And why do we not have not one person that looks like an Egyptian today? Why? Because the genetics do not point to them. That's why. And I want to properly understand how is it that the people today who are in Israel, who call themselves Israelis, how is it that they think in any sense they have the right to kick anyone out of the land? That is the most ignorant thing I ever seen, for them to kick anyone out of the land, knowing sure well that their genetics does not point to them being of Israeli stock. And I would love for anyone, if they would love to debate this, come and let us debate. Let us see if you have the historical, linguistic, genetic information. Understand, I'm in the medical field, so I'm not ignorant to these things. I understand these things, and I understand them very well for the sake of understanding. That's why I'm giving you these things. Go. All right. I was looking to see if this thing went out. Okay. Let me just see if it's still okay. All right. I'll stop at the 4-hour mark just to get it to even number, I guess. I don't know. To get it an even number. So I'll talk about a few more little things real fast for the sake of understanding. We need to understand that today there is misinformation. The people who own the world today are Ashkenazi. They own media. This is without a doubt. They own music. They own the banking system. They own a lot of legal systems. They own a lot of things. They even own genetics. Do you know that they even, on one of their genetics, on 23andMe, they actually said that they was, you can look it up yourself. 23andMe recognized that they were Khazars. Took it down. Took it down. You know why they took it down? Because that means they don't own the land if they're Khazars. That means because it's already proven Joseph ben Aaron, if you don't know him, of Khazaria, Joseph ben Aaron already brought a paper that showed that he was of the line of Japheth. He tried to prove that he's a Shemite. The Khazars were actually zealous Jews. Few people know this. The Khazars were zealous Jews. And the leader, Joseph ben Aaron, tried to bring forth a paper to say if he was of the Semitic stock, but he couldn't prove it. It actually just showed that he was of Japheth. Very important to understand that. that they were very zealous, very, very zealous, but it proves that they are not indeed who they say they are. Very important to understand. So these are what the Hamites look like. And remember, we seen that Shem is not Ham, though they look the same, though they look very similar, they are not the same. It is known in history, other places in history, for sake of understanding. So don't think none of these things should be don't let none of these things take you for granted. Don't let none of them take you for granted. This information that you're seeing today is pure. It's absolutely pure, for the sake of understanding. We just looked at every one of these Y chromosomes fairly, not trying to sway it any type of way, just going with where the information leads. And all the Y chromosomes, to their foundation, to who the people are, points to them being a people in the Caucasus Mountains, being of a certain stock of Turkish people, 100% Armenian, without a doubt. I want someone to try to disprove it. I want someone to try to disprove that the Y chromosome in the Armenians is not also found in the Ashkenazi, because they're found amongst themselves. It's quoted multiple times that the Armenians, every Y haplogroup in the Armenians is also found in the Ashkenazi. They're the same. They're Turkish people. They came from the north. They are also the Philistines. You know what that means? If they're the Philistines, the Lord has a prophecy in the scriptures that's very important to take note of. If we do not understand this information, it will slip by you. And if it slips by you, you know what they're going to be able to pull on you? They're going to pull the wool over your eyes. That's what they're going to do. They're going to pull it over you, and you're not going to know. Notice how they don't just have the Y chromosome. They look the same. Look up Ashkenazi. You can look it up yourself. Type it down. In fact, so much evidence of it is coming out. It's without a doubt undeniable. But let me show you. Let's go. Let's look at Ashkenazi Jew. If you look up Ashkenazi Jew, you're gonna have all types of things that's important to understand, to see, for the sake of understanding. But let's take a look. Let's get an idea. You can see a little bit how they look. Idea. You can see, right? Get an idea how they look. Right? Take a good look at how they look. Right? Take a good look and tell me if they look like. And guess what? Guess what color hair the Khazars had? Do you know what color hair the Khazars had? I'm not gonna. We can go over that, but I'll just tell you, orange. The Khazars had red hair. That's the color that the Khazars had. And you see that predominantly. Only 1% of people have that color hair. 1%. 1% of people have that red hair. And who you think got it most? Who you think had that red hair the most? Only 1%. You can look it up. Look up what's the percentage of people that have red hair? It's like 1%. It's very, very rare. And the Khazars had red hair. Khazars had red hair. They had red hair. Go back. You got to go look at these people. Very, very, for the sake of, I understand. They can be saved. If they convert to Messiah, they believe Messiah, they can be saved. They just got to convert to Messiah and forsake their wicked ways. They got to forsake the wicked lies and their wicked ways. Understand that. They got to forsake the Talmud. They got to forsake themselves on who they are. That them saying that they are blood Israelis is a lie. That's not true, for the sake of understanding. They're not blood Israelis. It's important to understand. Look at these. Now let's just take a quick look at what they look like. Do they look familiar? Do these people look like the same? They have very similar features. Absolutely. Absolutely. Same Y chromosome, same similar features. Same similar features. Very similar. Very important. Take a look. You can see. Not hard. And understand, visuals are important too. Visuals are important too, because we need truth. That's what we need in this world. We need more people in truth, not scared of the controversies, not scared. But if you have enough information to provide truth, family, beloved family, let us do so with strength. Understand, you're always going to have someone against you. Scripture tells us is that anyone that will live godly is going to suffer persecution. If you're going to go after these things and find the information of these things, you're going to suffer persecution. You're going to suffer persecution. It's nothing you can do. So you can see an idea what they look like. Looks similar, don't they? Looks very similar. Looks absolutely very similar. You can see different levels of it and everything. Looks very similar. All right. You can see some ideas. You can see in them. All right. You can see some ideas on how they look and everything. Very similar. Very similar. So the Y chromosome, even looks and everything. All those things are very important. Very similar. Right. Very, very important with those things. So let's understand this. Let's go back. Let's understand this. This is actually going to be one of the most in-depth studies of the Y chromosome without any shadows. I'm giving you the names, these scientific names, and I'm giving you the understanding and who they link to. Because if I just show you these things without the linking to who they're linked to, I'm not giving you information. I'm giving code to other people to understand. But rather, I'm bringing this for anyone to understand. Even if you're simple, if you don't really understand the scientific terms and all this stuff like that, you can understand these things. You can understand even just the simple things, because I'm breaking down the medical terms for you, that all these things basically just talks about the Y chromosome of these individuals that are Turkish. Very important to understand. And that's why I showed you where they're from, where they reside, and those things and whatnot. Yeah. No, that's right. Amen. That's right. All right, so 10 more minutes. Amen. Okay, so that's why I wanted to show you this. I just wanted to show you, and this is going to be in the description. I'm going to put this in the description too. This is going to be in the description. These are deep information that I think is important to always have. This is going to be in the description, and this is going to be in the description. So these are going to be in the description for the sake of understanding. Let me actually copy it. All right. I'm going to save that. So this is going to be in the description. Very important to understand. If you ever need to reflect back on any of this information, it will all be here, and it's all verifiable for the sake of understanding. It's all verifiable. It can't be denied. And understand, we're not just talking linguistics. We're not just talking linguistics, a study of language. We're not just talking genetics. We're studying the Y chromosome. We're not just talking biblical studies. We're not just talking historical studies. But what we are actually bringing to you is a harmony of it all being put together. A harmony of it all being put together throughout different levels of time. I'm showing you times from the time where Israel was coming out of the wilderness. I'm showing you times where the barbarians came in, showing you their genetics match with those ones. I'm showing you times of who they are today and who they match with today. I'm showing you all those things today to give you a full and sound foundation on who they are, without a doubt. That's why I showed you the historical information, all those things, because it's without a doubt who they are. That's why I showed you that 2014 study. They know for a fact who they are because they can take the Y chromosome, which is amazing. It brings this group, all these groups together, so we can know who they are. So we can know exactly who they are. So that's why we went over this study very thoroughly and very carefully to understand these things, that they 100% don't even fit with the actual narrative. They don't fit with the actual narrative, which the narrative is that they went into captivity into all nations, and then Jerusalem is trampled down by the Gentiles. Yet we see that they are in Jerusalem. Therefore, guess what they are? Gentile. And guess what the genetic study shows? They're Gentile. So it's very important to understand Israel never called themselves Ashkenazi. Obviously, that was a dead giveaway. Dead giveaway for someone to call themselves Ashkenazi. Clear understanding on what actually is going on in this world that we live in. That there's a wool over people's eyes. Very important to understand that the time will come. Isaiah 25:7. The day will come where that wool will remove from their eyes. Very important to understand that. So that's what we just did today. We just looked at the genetic information of the Y chromosome of the Ashkenazi Jewish peoples. That's what we just did today for the sake of understanding. So what are you going to do with this information now? I want you to consider yourselves informed in truth. And I want you to also consider this, that these people are liars. and they will continue to lie until the time comes. Yet the information of truth can be found. It can be found. And if once you find it, hold on to it. As the scripture says, when you grab truth, hold on to it. Don't let it go. Don't let it go. Hold on to those things and do not let it go for the sake of understanding. All right. So I have 5 more minutes. If anyone has any questions, let me know and we'll touch on that. Otherwise, I just do one more quick summary on these things for the sake of understanding. The best example I can give you to understand these things is this. Don't think that there's just one line in them. No, you can say they're not Khazars. I put my hands up and say, you know what? They're not 100% Khazars. No, because they got multiple lineages in their Y chromosome. It's important to understand, but they are Khazars. There is a percentage of them that is Khazarian. It's important to understand. There's no doubt at all that they're not Khazars. They're Khazars, indeed. They're Khazars. It's already confirmed. Not all of them, for the sake of understanding, but they are all Japheth. Every single one of them is from the line of Japheth Ashkenazi, for the sake of understanding. Very important to understand that. But from the Khazarian understanding, they are Khazarian. They are Khazarian. It's already verified that one of their Y chromosomes is from the lines of the Khazars. It's important to understand that. In fact, M198, that's Khazarian Y chromosome, without a doubt. They found it also in Armenians, and they verify it. Go ahead, look at the Jewish encyclopedia. The Armenians are Khazars. They knew this back then. It's very important to understand that. They knew that the Armenians had merged with the Khazars. It's without a doubt. You can go to the Jewish encyclopedia, type it down, Armenian Khazars, and you can see it yourself, and they will actually verify it. Or Armenia in the Jewish library. You can easily look it up for the sake of understanding. I'm not going to look it up now. Close that. All right. Let's see. Amen. Amen. All right. And close this one too. Okay. So again, this note will be in the description. There's a lot of deep videos on these things that we go over. I'll just show real quick some videos I recommend seeing. This one right here on Flawless Breeds, right here, Reality Correction, Ashkenazi Origin. I recommend seeing that. I recommend seeing all that. It's going to give a lot of history on those things for the sake of understanding. Let me actually show you. There's some videos on Lion Farm that got a little messed up. I got to redo. I'm doing the history of who they are and everything. But we go through that history from here to here, where it goes all the way up to, speaking of the Jubilee prophecy, right here to here. It's going to go over the history of who they are. You see, it's a deep history, goes over the history of who they are. We'll do it again because I believe it's better to do some things live, as sometimes sitting there and watching a video doesn't feel like you're interacting, but that's why we do things live, so that we can do those things together. And then here is going to give the information to who are the Sephardim, who is the real Sephardim, the real information to the Sephardim Jews. Also, you can see truth of the bottleneck. If you've never seen the information on the bottleneck, on why that bottleneck is important, you can see what's up with that bottleneck and why it's important. You can see people talk about it. It's a big problem. It's a big thing. Really, really big deal. And you'll find out that, of course, there's a bottleneck because they're not the same people. Very important to understand that they completely forgot who is who. Now, there's also another one. Let's see if I can find it right here. This one is about the Philistines. This one's a really interesting one about the Sea Peoples. Very deep. It talks about who are the Philistines, and they're the Ashkenazi, the same people, same bloodline, same everything. And they're obviously understanding who the Philistines are. You'll understand very easily that they will be the same people as the Greeks. They'll be the same people as the Greeks. So it's very important with those things. Very, very important. So for the sake of understanding, family, I'll end it like this. Close this. Hold on to truth as much as you can, because the people who call themselves today Ashkenazi Jewish people, they are not one of their Y chromosomes is actually of the line of Abraham. Not one of them are isolated to the point where we can say these are going to be the Y chromosome of the people of Israel. Understand this. So this is what evidence actually shows. This is what evidence shows. And for the truth to live, it's up to everyone to continue in truth. The Ashkenazi is a mingled people, but they are known for who they are and are not the Israelites. So with that, family, I hope that this bless you in truth. So with that, be blessed, be beloved, and amen.